It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
64 degrees right now. Going to get up to 80.
Ooh.
Right? And it looks like cloudy, maybe a little drizzle here or there throughout the day. Just keep an eye on that. As far as we know, no tornadoes, so we got that going for us today. Huh?
Twister free.
Pretty sweet. We'll get more into that later in the show.
Oh, well, okay.
Yes, we will. Oh, you're going to come out like that? You're coming out. Can I ask you guys a question?
Shoot.
Because, like, your wife has been going on, like, solo trips recently.
Yeah. She goes with her sisters and stuff like that.
Going to see your grandson, right? You know, getting away from you. Kimmy, you've been traveling without your husband a little bit because of his job.
Yeah, we've taken some separate trips here and there.
So my wife and kids are visiting her family in Delaware this week, and they've been gone since Sunday. And my wife, we're very close.
Yeah, well, you're married.
We're very close. Well, I think we're closer than the average married couple.
I was just like, I love my wife so much.
I have such a hard time sleeping when she's out of my
It's
bed.
just beautiful, man.
My wife does this thing where if we're gone for apart for more than 3 days, she goes into this I miss you thing.
Okay.
And I don't know if she misses me. I don't know if she misses like the comfort of home. I don't know if she misses the day-to-day schedule.
Okay.
But it manifests in I miss you so much, I miss you so much. And it makes you feel like
Sure. You feel needed.
look at me, man.
Yeah.
Check it, I'm missable.
Oh, you're very missable.
So the last couple of days, she's been like texting me, I miss you so much. I want to talk to you. I miss you so much. So then I'll go, okay. So I'll FaceTime my wife because she wants to see this.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And I'll FaceTime her and she'll be like, I'm in the middle of a restaurant. I can't talk right now.
Oh,
Or
really?
like,
She went out to miss you at a restaurant?
yes, but it's happened 3 separate times in the last 2 days. Like, I miss you, and I'll FaceTime, and they'll be in the middle of doing something where she can't talk to me. Like, she will say, I want to talk to you, and I will FaceTime her, and she'll be like, I can't talk right now.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
As she's missing you.
Yes. And then, like, I've been trying to get all the sleep I can this week because my kids aren't here, so I can get in bed at 8 o'clock and catch up on everything and, feel like a human being. If you're up this early, you know what I mean. And, like, I'll be in bed. I'll FaceTime her, can't talk. I'll text her, okay, listen, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah. And then at 9:30, I just missed you. I wanted to talk. I'm asleep. Yeah. I got my CPAP machine on. I'm in my shoulder pillow.
Because they try to create this image like they're just lonely walking the beach. Nothing to do but walk the beach. Rainy days and Mondays. Yeah, I mean, but it's a lie.
But you don't.
But it's not a lie to them. Like in their head, they think, I miss you, but you're having fun.
Careful who you're talking to.
No, but you're having fun.
No, but see, I'm kind of with him. Like you don't. If you're just saying like I miss you and I need to talk to you because you want me to feel good, you don't need to do that. Like I get it. I get that you're on vacation, and I get that you guys are all having fun together as a family. Like I'm not offended.
No, and I always think it's because they feel guilty.
Oh,
there's they feel guilty that we're having fun. You're up here.
Okay,
and that might be part of it. But I know you're not walking around all day missing me. You're enjoying your vacation. Well, because if you're just walking around missing me, why did you go? You could have stayed home.
That's a great point.
Would she?
What's the point?
Would you be concerned if she didn't say it though?
No, because I get it.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
You're on vacation. You're trying to have a diversion from your everyday life. That's why you do this. That's why they charge you 10 times the amount for something you would normally pay 10 cents for.
So, he's getting economical with it.
Yeah.
It's a numbers game, baby.
Why, it would bother you if your husband went on a 4-day trip and didn't say,
Well, I mean, like I would think like we'd check in every day. You know what I mean? Like it would be weird to go that much time without talking to him.
Well, but like, so, okay, they went to my...
Like, hey, how's it going? You know what I mean? Like,
sure. But like, here's the thing. I get in my head, one of those a day is appropriate.
Yes.
One of those a day is appropriate. My wife wants like 4. But even when we do it, again, she's like distracted.
Is this also her wanting you to come with them, but you don't?
Okay, let's not. Why would you say that?
I'm asking because it's a family. It's a family trip without dad.
What am I supposed to do? It's her family, and by the way, other dads in the family also not there, so not my fault.
Okay, all right.
No, but what am I supposed to do?
I'm just wondering because it is like they do. Your wife and daughters do go on trips a lot with just them.
Oh,
maybe it's her kind of wanting you to come or saying I wish you were here without saying I wish you were here.
Hanging around.
Did you hear that song this morning?
No, but maybe I did. I don't know.
Okay, let's. What, you going deep psychology on me?
I'm just thinking like if it was like I get like. if Tommy took a trip or his wife took a trip, like you're doing a girls trip or a guys trip. I don't know if you do those. Doesn't seem like you do.
No, he also does girls trips.
But like in this case, this is like a family trip your wife and daughters went on without you.
But I also think that there's an important aspect of like being in the element of that side of the family without me.
Right.
I think that's, and I'm not saying that just to get out of going to the trip, although I would say other things to get out of going on the trip because I don't want to go on the trip. I think that like
I never went on a trip with my parents separately to go visit family.
Really?
Yeah, like we always all had to go. Like if we were visiting family, we all went to visit the family.
That's what I do is weird. That's weird.
No, I'm with you on that, man. Because like sometimes go.
Wait a minute.
Well, but
when you say things
that's
are
what I
good, that's a
mean.
bad
Like it
thing.
kind of looks a certain way.
Like
wait. What does it look like?
Kind of looks like you don't want to see your wife's family.
Well, who wants to see your? I mean, I love my
Well, I
in-laws. I
understand.
love them. They're great people.
Top people.
But I mean, I'm gonna
Great folks.
spend a week with my in-laws.
Well, sometimes because they don't live here, right?
No,
so I feel
no,
like
they
you
don't.
kind of got to do the annual check-in.
But it's so like I
know you don't want to do it, but don't you feel like you have to do it?
but I don't add anything to the event.
Yes.
Okay,
What he
'cause-
said. Yes.
So like at some point, and it even happens when my stepkids are all together with my wife.
Yeah.
They'll start talking about stories because I showed up late in this game about things I know nothing
Right.
about.
Different dynamic.
I don't even know what you're talking about. So I add nothing to this conversation, and they'll have a lot of this, which is
you
fine.
realize you're describing what happens every morning when I walk into this room.
You're me.
Yes.
Oh my God! Is this what I say yesterday?
All about me.
What I say yesterday? Oh, I'm used to it. It's fine, guys. You're describing me, man.
Every day. And by the way,
You brought it up.
And by the way, we paint funny pictures.
He's like
Sure.
the Rembrandt of funny pictures.
Like we it's entertaining if you'd pay attention.
252 WCMF 252-9263. My wife, since Sunday, has been in Delaware with my girls. They are visiting her family. It's
But
like
nobody wants to go to Delaware.
they do an annual family vacation. It's at Rehoboth Beach, which I guess has become like a legitimate
I
tourist.
know
But
like
you've never-
multiple people that have gone to Delaware recently.
Same.
I never hear it on. I never thought of Delaware till I met you.
Bro, I had never heard of this beach either, but apparently it's a very popular
All right.
beach to go to. I don't know.
Like you never. Like my wife doesn't watch the Real Housewives of Delaware.
Yet. But my wife has been doing the whole I miss you thing, which is really sweet. And I'll call her or FaceTime her, and she's in the middle of doing something, which is what you're supposed to do on vacation. And, like, I'll be straight up. Is it bad if my wife if I told my wife, go for a couple of days, you don't have to reach out to me at all?
Go, yeah, have a break.
Because, like, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I don't know what the balance between go have fun and don't worry about it and I want to call you 5 times a day because that's what you want is. Because I know that the 5 times a day thing is not good for either of us, right? You're busy. I got stuff.
I mean, there's nothing to update you to.
Thank you. But I also know if I told her, like, honey, listen, I just want you to go have fun. Don't worry about it. You don't have to call me. She would be offended by it.
Yes, of course.
But it would be coming out of a place of love. Why are you making that face?
I'm laughing because your wife texted me yesterday.
What did she say?
She was checking in on my bat situation. She was thinking of me too.
I miss you, Kimmy. I miss you so much. Wait, my wife texted you about the
Yes,
bat?
yes, she did.
Why?
Oh, she just wanted to know how it was going.
I didn't ask you about the bets.
She even did the little bat emoji in there.
Okay. What time of the day was that?
It was at like late afternoon.
Okay, so maybe she thought I was still napping.
Or maybe she was winding down, getting ready for the next event. There was like a little break in the action.
The other thing that's kind of bothering me. All right, so when I'm on vacation, I want to do stuff.
Yeah, like you have your agenda.
Yeah, like I hate these vacations where like we're gonna go and like sit on a beach or we're gonna go and like there's a pool. Like, whoa.
Yeah,
What's the point?
I know.
My wife, on the other hand, likes the whole relaxed vacation
Yeah,
thing. Right?
I never got the point of waking up to walk out into a lounge chair and sit back down and close your eyes at 8 o'clock in the morning. I just did that for 7 hours.
Thank you. My wife would be like, well, why don't we go to like a liquor store or get like a bottle of wine and we'll sit in the hotel room? I mean, we got a bed at home.
Yeah.
We could do that at home.
Yeah, and you're not French.
Thank you. Well, my kids and wife have been doing all of this like fun stuff. Like my wife hates carnivals and like carnival games and everything. I FaceTimed them the other night. They're on some boardwalk down in Delaware, and it's just like old school. And I love that stuff.
Right.
I was furious. You took the kids to that, and you don't even like that. And like we go actual places, and you're trying to make me sit on like a chair, and now you're going everywhere all the time. This sucks, man.
Yeah, it's tough. It's hard to get the right balance on vacations. It really is.
Unless you vacation by yourself.
Yeah, which I've done, you have done.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
When was the last time you vacationed yourself?
By accident in Detroit for that Bills game.
Oh, yeah.
When my mother died. Remember I took my griefcation?
Yes. This was before me.
Yeah.
Slightly before me.
There was no service or anything.
I feel like there's an unspoken argument to be had with a lot of married couples because you could not look at your wife and say, I want to take a solo vacation.
No.
Because she would take that as you don't love me.
Yeah.
But I do love my wife. I just think like that once a year, if I got like 3 days just by myself to go explore somewhere, I would be a happier person.
You come back a better man.
Thank you.
Look what I did for Lewis and Clark. They loved their wives when they came back. Baby, I miss you. You can't believe the West.
Wait, they weren't together? I thought that's why they went.
Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe that's where they had to go.
Yeah, so no, we're going west, guys. We're going west. That's what we're doing. Like, would you?
Don't you think if you said that to your wife, she would encourage you to like go take a trip?
So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to explain. All right. So you're right. If I said that up front, she would go, "Oh yeah, no, you should go."
She goes on trips a lot.
Yeah, I know, but she goes for like work.
Well, no, she just went on one recently. I thought.
Well, that was with her other. That was with her. So her one sister is moving to Japan.
What?
Her sister's moving to Japan. So she was.
They do it in Japan.
She served in the army. And she retired, but then she had something pop up where she could go to Japan and work as I think it's
a consultant or something.
She's not a psychologist, but like a grief counselor or something like that, something along those lines. So she and her son are moving to Japan. She's already lived there when she was deployed.
You know you're going to go to Japan, right?
I wouldn't hate going to Japan. Actually, yeah, I would. I don't want that.
No,
flight.
Tokyo looks really cool.
It does actually.
You got to fly for 72 hours.
There's a lot of
you got to leave
involved.
now if you want to go next week.
So like she went to go see her family before they went to Japan, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is here's how it would work. I would go to my wife and I would say, listen, I really want to go into this place and I kind of want to go on my own. And initially she'd be like, yeah, you know what? I think that's a good idea. And then she would start Googling places where I'm going and see things she would want to do. And she'd be like, oh, well, it would be fun if I could go. And that would come up. So I would have then two paths to take, Tommy, a fork in the road. I could either say, yeah, you should come with me. Let's do this together. Or, well, this is my thing and we already talked about it. If I take the you come with me, that ruins my solo vacation. If I take the fork of, well,
You're going alone.
Yeah, I want to go alone. She'd be like, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Until I'm right about to leave, in which case there would be an argument about how I don't want her to come.
There's a tripwire there.
Yep. And then I would get there, and then she would be livid the whole time I was gone because I am gone without her having fun. And I told her I didn't want to come. And then, Kimmy, when I got home.
Because you ditched your family again?
See, that's what I mean. This is why
You're
you
either
can't.
going on a trip by yourself or they're going on trips by themselves.
I just went on a trip with my family, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks, a month ago, DC.
You did.
Thank you. Thank you.
You went to that fancy trip overseas?
Yeah, we just, how many vacations do I have
Which
to
he
go on?
wouldn't have gone on if the Bills weren't playing.
Of course.
But
But
he
it worked
went.
out.
It all worked out.
We're going to New York City for this stupid tennis.
Oh, yeah. Big trip.
For the tennis thing.
For the nice tennis thing.
The wonderful, exciting tennis thing that my daughter's participating in. Yeah, so no, I go on plenty of family trips. Shut up, Kimmy. You don't know nothing about nothing.
But family trips are not vacations.
No, I know.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because you get to go with your husband on trips.
Well, no,
You've
I'm
only been
thinking-
the child. You've only been the child.
They're work.
Well, I know because I never thought traveling was fun until I traveled by myself.
Right.
Because of
your dad.
My dad was a very, very nervous, very stressful traveler.
How do you have the attitude you have with the looks and the things, and then you finish this conversation with, I didn't even know traveling was fun until I traveled by myself.
Well, traveled as an adult, I should say.
Yeah.
We got a dynamite. Enjoy your vacation.
Get away with yourself.
Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it up a little bit.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And it's not surprising to find out that Rochester is good at beer.
Yeah.
What is a little bit surprising is where we rank when it comes to America.
Oh, they've ranked the beer towns?
The best beer towns in America.
And it's funny because I bet you one of the towns that used to be known probably has completely fallen off.
These names will not be ones that are familiar to beer lovers.
Because they were brew towns.
100%.
Yeah.
The greater Rochester area is dropping the ball here.
Oh.
Because there is a massive opportunity to make money and put our names on a map. And we need to do this, and we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you remember a couple of days ago we were talking about how we're all driving like jackasses?
Yeah.
Fatalities on the road.
Yeah, you said they're up.
Yep, they're up 20%.
Wow, 20%.
Since the end of COVID. Well, maybe it's because we don't actually know what we're doing out there.
What do you mean? We're driving. What else you got to do?
Story on 10 ABC last night has some driving laws that have been on the books for a very long time.
Yeah.
That I promise you don't know.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. 2 days ago, we shared with you a very scary story.
Yeah.
It was so scary. Tommy, you had to pause for a second.
Think about it.
I literally just told you.
Well, we were talking off mic about other things.
There is a 20% increase in traffic fatalities in America, according to AAA, since COVID ended. And the reason they came up with why this is happening is reckless driving.
Right.
We're all driving like jackasses.
We suck.
We decided, though, that it's everyone else driving like jackasses, not us personally. And proof that we are wrong might be in a story that 10 NBC ran last night.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. You like shopping online, right?
Yeah, I think we all do.
Kimmy, you enjoy shopping online?
Yeah, who doesn't?
I'm waiting on stuff right now.
When
I actually am too.
You're proving my point, because we have a number in front of us that tells us how long per year we spend online shopping, and the number is horrifying.
Do we want to know this stuff?
Well, here's the thing, man.
What?
This number has to be low. And
You think it's low?
Oh, boy. Even how scary it is, it has to be. We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you think you're familiar with every driving law there is in the state of New York?
Yeah.
You've been driving for a very long time.
Oh, this is this 15-year-old.
Okay, and I think that most people believe the same thing. Unfortunately, you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
Well, 10 NBC last night did a story on traffic laws that have existed forever that people do not know.
Okay.
For example, Tommy, did you know
What's that?
it's illegal to hang anything from your rear view mirror?
Oh, like have it dangling down?
Anything.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Uh,
The answer is no. The answer, look at you. I love how you're like trying to cheat on a test you've already failed.
because I remember, like, I'm trying to think of the last thing I hung on my
It's probably
rear
like
view
a
mirror.
parking pass or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think it was a parking pass
That's illegal.
because it obstructs the view.
Yes, it's called
All right.
obstructing the driver's view, and you can get pulled over for it. 252 WCMF. Has anyone been pulled over
So
for that?
I've heard stories of people being pulled over or like being pulled over for something else and getting a ticket for that. But again, like it's always like somebody's like friend of a friend. So I never knew anybody directly that it happened to.
So I remember, like, when you, I don't know if this is still a thing, when you graduated high school,
Yeah.
a lot of people hung their tassel on their
I remember that.
rear view.
Yeah.
So that's completely illegal.
Illegal. Also, the garter from prom. Illegal.
That was a big thing. I don't think they do that.
Kind of skanky.
Did teenagers realize how stupid that was?
Well, I mean, when you're 18,
I know.
17, like,
It's the dumb crap you do.
It's the 24-year-old guy that still has it up there
Yeah.
that makes me uncomfortable. By the way, also illegal to have any stickers on your back window. Did you know that?
Really?
Yes.
Wait
Oh,
a
what
minute.
happened? I knew. Oh, the laws about
I thought,
the
like, the
road.
sheriffs give you those stickers.
Well, that's supposed to be for your bumper, not your back window.
Oh, no, I thought they were those ones that they're
They
clear.
go
that
on
you,
the window.
It is illegal.
Really?
It's the same law, obstructing the driver's view. Technically, if you have a sticker on your back window, you can be pulled over and they can cut you a
So
ticket.
I told you my sister, like, loved to crap up her car with stuff. She had two passions in her life: Jesus Christ and the TV show Alf, which didn't make any sense because if you believe in one, this other one shouldn't exist.
What are you talking about? Elf came down to try and help that family. Much
So
like
what it was. So she had all this Alf stuff. So she had the stuff hanging. She also had something else, and maybe it's in here. She had like stuffed animals in her back window and on her dashboard.
Oh, on the dashboard?
Oh yeah,
I mean, I guess it would be obstructing the driver's
that
view.
would have to be right.
But it is funny, like both of these things are on the books. They would be easy tickets to write
Yeah.
if you got caught, and I've never heard of anyone getting a ticket
No.
for either
No,
of
and I
these
see it
things.
all the time.
Did you know?
What?
It's a law that you have to have your headlights on 1/2 an hour before sunset.
Well, my headlights come on automatically.
So then you're not doing it. So then you're breaking the law.
No, I think they know.
A half an hour before. Really? Oh, really?
Based
I
on
think
the
the fine people at
dimness.
Nissan Motors knows when to turn those lights on. No, I did not know that.
That one's also a little strange. Like, I need to know when the sun is
Yeah,
setting every
you'd
day
have
to
to have
avoid
the exact time.
getting a ticket. It also says they have to be on a half an hour post sunrise.
Well, that makes sense. You almost would because you're driving in a half dark.
Well, yeah, but it's also the half light, so you can see me just fine.
So do you set your lights for automatic?
Yeah, I haven't turned my headlights on in
I
7
haven't.
years.
I can't remember the last time I physically
Yeah.
turned headlights on.
Do they even make cars where you have to physically turn the headlights
It
on?
would have
Yeah,
to be an
because-
old ass car.
No,
So they would make an old ass car. Oh, try our brand new 2024 old ass car.
No, I had to get. It was the last time I got my car inspected. They must have like messed with the. It was on auto, and I was driving, and it was nighttime, and I was like, "Why is it so dark?" I didn't realize that it wasn't switched back
Oh.
onto auto, and it took me like 10 minutes to figure out how to switch it back. Because you're right. I never even think to mess with it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. It turns out you do not know all the laws of the road like you think. For example, Tommy, I drive safe, I knew everything. Blown away by the last two.
Yeah.
All right. There is also a very strange animals law.
Like how you had to have your animal in the car?
No.
Oh.
If you hit a dog, cat, cow, or horse, by law, why is that funny?
Well, they're really specific here.
Yes, yeah, it says dog, cat, horse, or
Cat said cattle.
Cattle animal,
Yeah.
right? So does that count as a goat too?
Oh, I don't know. It's a good question.
Goat's a gray area.
Livestock?
It says by law, you have to stop and either locate the owner of that animal or call the police so they can attempt to get the animal medical attention.
Yeah, I had a horse. I think I'm calling the cops.
But it's weird how they got
Sorry, Mr. Ed.
but they got very specific with those animals.
Yeah.
Dog, cat, cow, horse. 'Cause,
Okay.
like, if I
well,
hit
they're livestock, but what if I hit a pig?
I'm
cool?
It doesn't say pig.
All right,
It says
chicken.
cattle animal. Doesn't say chicken.
Okay.
Because like you can have other pets. I mean, I know they're less
Right.
common.
You can have
but
other farm animals.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So like if I'm running by a farm, like it's funny. Like if a whole bunch of farm animals are running out of the gate in front of my car, trying to hit the pig and not the cow, so I don't have to stop.
Yeah, because we've had ostrich farms here and alpaca. I'm free to just blow them away.
Is an alpaca technically a cattle?
Well, that's what I
Well,
wonder.
it's-
Like, why didn't they
it's
say
property.
livestock instead of cattle?
Could you Google what a cattle animal is? Because maybe these all count as cattle animals.
I
We're
would
gonna get
think if
arrested.
you have a farm where you sell this stuff, it's your livestock.
No, but livestock is not cattle.
Well, cattle is not a horse,
It's a cow.
right?
What are you trying to argue?
I'm trying to figure out what animals I can run over and not be bothered.
Kimmy, what is a cattle
I
animal?
mean, it says large animals with horns and hooves, domesticated for meat or milk.
Okay, that's a pig. You hit the pig, you got to stop.
Oh, all right. So any,
Damn.
I mean,
I got places to be and I just hit this pig.
I mean, I feel terrible about hitting any of them.
Sure. No, you look really upset that you were ready to drive past the pig that you just blasted. Interestingly enough, cattle animal or not, it doesn't say deer are included. So does that mean I can blast a deer and keep on driving with no penalty if I wanted to?
I thought you had to call and say you hit a deer.
Dog, cat, cow, or dog, cat, horse, or cattle animal?
maybe because the deer doesn't belong to anybody.
But wait,
You're not
is-
obligated to find the owner.
Is a deer a cattle animal because it's got hooves and horns?
I mean, this is it just shows pictures of cows. So
No, I understand, but
Yeah, I
now
know
we
what
got a
you're saying.
definition of cattle animal. See,
Yeah.
now we got a
Right.
gray area here. Now nobody knows how this law
Okay.
works, right? Because I wouldn't think of a deer as a cattle animal.
But
No.
deer, they're not domesticated.
Does it say
It
domesticated?
says domesticated for
Ah.
meat.
Oh,
so they're
for
wild.
meat or milk.
Okay, so then I can blast a deer and keep going according to state law. At least if what the
I
story.
would think most of the time though, you hit a deer and you have to stop because your car's too messed up.
I've driven some cars where if I hit it with my headlight, I could keep
Right.
going and I wouldn't really even care about it. I know you have too. Although your Geo Metro probably would have turned to dust.
Bro, I would have died. So, like, all right, so you got other animals out there. So, any, like, a fox, coyote.
Well, that's too late. I can blast that and keep going.
Yeah, nobody cares, right?
This is a pet coyote.
My old pet coyote.
Also, you're allowed to hit a turtle and keep going.
I thought we had to, like, stop and move them.
You're supposed to,
But you don't have to.
I mean, it doesn't say anywhere.
You might
in the
not
law.
even know if you hit a turtle. I mean,
You
that's one
would
of those
know
animals.
if you hit a turtle.
Bro, you may not, at night, you're not going to see a turtle on
What,
the
you
road.
talking about night turtle?
Night turtle. Turtle at night.
So those, I mean, like, you can be forgiven for not knowing the laws on the road that we just told you,
Right.
right? I get it. Then they get into the laws that everyone knows, but they do blow off anyway.
Okay.
For example, we all know it's illegal to cut through a parking lot or a neighborhood to avoid a stop sign or a street light. You know that, right? Okay. You see people do that
Oh, yeah.
all the effing time. And the biggest offenders are on Monroe Ave and Clover, that intersection there where Man's Jewelers is.
Yeah.
Because there's the turn off and the traffic
Yeah.
gets bad there now, and people will cut through the Man's Jewelers Plaza, and it makes me so irrationally angry when I
I
watch
do that
people
all the
Cheaters.
time, man.
Yeah, of course you do, you piece of crap.
Especially if I'm coming out of the car wash.
Yeah.
I just zip, cut around, and U it, and then pull out.
You are
God.
such a piece of crap.
No, but that's not illegal.
I literally
It's
just.
not illegal.
It's illegal. It's illegal to avoid a stop sign or a street light by cutting through a
Well,
parking
why do
lot.
they have an entrance to that parking lot?
So
you
you
go
can
to the
get in
business?
there.
But yeah, I didn't like anything they had today.
Oh no, you didn't. You didn't like that.
I
Yeah,
said
no.
I don't need eye openers.
God, I love how you literally just said. I tell you,
I was
this is
gonna buy a $2,000 suit, but I changed my mind all of a sudden. I don't need high-end pet food at the moment.
Kimmy, I looked at him and I go, this is illegal. And you say what you do, and then you go, it's not even illegal.
I do that every time I come out of that car wash.
Okay, it is such one of those, Kimmy, it's like returning the cart to the cart corral. Like, there's not going to be massive punishment for you if you don't, but it
But
shows.
you're just a dick.
You show what kind of
Oh, I
person
hate
you are.
people that
Yeah.
do that.
Oh, you
same-
are that guy. This is the
same
cart
vibes.
corral of the road, man. Do you cut through parking lots to avoid street stoplights?
I guess I never thought of doing that.
Do it, man. It saves so much time, and you don't get
But
frustrated.
I guess there isn't a spot every day where I'd get frustrated by a stoplight.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty smooth ride home.
Pretty smooth.
Pretty short ride.
Like, it's just the idea that you think you are so important that you have to be somewhere else when the rest of us are going to wait.
I just don't want to wait.
You don't even have anywhere to be.
Even
You
if I
never
have nothing.
anywhere to be. No,
You're
I
on
love
a
how you
strict
say
schedule.
even. I love how you say even when I have nothing and not when I always have nothing.
I don't want to wait. Nobody likes to wait.
Yeah,
it
no
sucks.
kidding.
Nobody
That's-
likes lines. If I can avoid this crap, I'm going to live longer, but not being stressed about waiting and sitting.
all you Monroe County Sheriff's officers that patrol Monroe Ave.
Yeah, you
heard
never
it here
catch me,
first.
coppers, eh? I'm going to run right through this parking lot.
You know, as we go down this list, and there's a ton of them. We're just touching on the strange ones, right? The weirdest one by far. Are you familiar with the no coasting law?
No.
Did you know it is illegal to coast down a hill in neutral or with your clutch disengaged?
I understand. Well, I understand if you're driving a stick, but you're saying like I got my automatic, and I'm going to pop it into neutral and coast. I've never done that.
You're illegal to drive. It's illegal. It says even with the clutch disengaged. So even if you're driving standard, it's illegal to.
I've done it when I'm driving a standard,
It's,
but
it's
like,
against the law.
how would they know?
What a
I mean, I
Weird
guess they wouldn't.
law.
But I can't imagine like physically popping my car into neutral with a standard.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, with an automatic.
yeah, because you would have to stop the car.
Well, no, you can drop your car into you
I
can drop
understand.
your car into
It
neutral.
always makes you nervous. I'm afraid it's gonna like drop the transmission.
Well, I guess if you don't do it right, you could screw things up.
With an automatic?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to. To your point, I don't want to find out.
Like at one time I was driving and I had a water bottle I was drinking and I dropped it and it accidentally kicked my car into neutral on the highway.
Oh, I think you can pop it back into drive.
No, I pulled over. Like I coasted into
You
the.
can't pop it into reverse. Then you got a problem.
Thank you.
No, so if
Dr.
you
Mueller.
hit it, if you're in neutral, if you hit it again, you could probably damage it.
That's what I mean. So, but I was free. I couldn't make my car
Yeah.
go. There's cars all around me on the highway. I'm like trying to get over so I can put it back into drive.
But let me ask you this: so like when I was driving like on a road, like in West Virginia doing comedy,
Mm-hmm.
and like you would coming down off a mountain, like a lot of the times I just took my foot off the gas, the car was just rolling down the hill, and I would just ride the brake.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even touch the gas.
I
So
would do-
technically, I was coasting, but it was in gear.
Yeah, I guess if it's in gear, it's okay.
That's
You know,
okay.
cool.
But again, like
Because you could be doing almost like 50 with doing nothing coming down off of one of these mountains.
I would always try and see how fast I could go without touching anything.
Yeah, me too.
It was like that's the fun we had.
It was like a
go.
go-kart
You're 100%
or
right.
like a soapbox derby.
Go. All right, so now you
All
know.
right.
All you people that thought you were fantastic drivers and you knew every law, well, you didn't, but now you do. And you
All
probably
right.
still don't know all of them because we didn't even talk about all of them because some of them were boring. So there you go. You love online shopping more than most people.
Yeah.
In fact, everything you're wearing right now came from online. Am I right?
Yeah.
He's an online man.
I've got like 3 things I'm like dying when they coming.
We're going to tell you a number about how much time we spend annually shopping online.
Yeah.
And you're going to go, oh my God, that's ridiculous. And that's bad. It's even worse that this number has to be way low.
Oh.
Has to be. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There was a time where the only way you could buy stuff was to leave the house and go to the store.
Yeah, you had to get off your ass.
Short of watching QVC, you weren't just sitting around spending money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not that way anymore.
What's going on?
We're about to tell you a number that sounds insane, and it is insane. Until you realize that insane number is way undershooting how much we actually do this.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. First off, we got your chance at a share of $100,000.
$100,000.
You can download the free Odyssey app, log on, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck with that. It is Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're about to bitch it out, buddy.
Just after 7 o'clock, we got a Bitch Voice Theater at you, and we are dropping the ball big time.
Really?
We are one of the best of these in America. And we already have the template laid out on how to make money on alcohol in upstate New York.
Let's do it.
Why are we not doing more with this? Get into it. Tell you what it is just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The average American spends 2 full days a year shopping online. And when we say 2 full days, the study showed 54 hours, so 2 days and 6 hours over 12 months, nonstop, according to the average person. Does that sound right to you?
Well, I mean, I look at stuff every day. That's considered shopping, even if I don't pull the trigger on something.
Looking is shopping, yes.
Yeah, so I'm way more than that.
Okay, Kimmy, does 54 hours total sound right to you?
Sounds low.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're all on the same page here, right? Because the study was a self-reported study, right? Some guys in lab coats didn't stand over people all week long.
It's your own estimate.
Exactly. They just estimated what they think they did, and they had to be wrong. Because let's do some math, all right? 54 hours a year shopping, which sounds like a ton of time, equals just under an hour a week.
And that's not, I mean, think of how much more you're doing it at certain points of the year, too, on top of that.
Great point. We'll get to that. So the folks who participated in the study believe, if you break it down even further, they only shop like 9 minutes a day every day.
Oh, I'm way more than that.
Think about the average day, right? First, the shopping you mean to do. Then the targeted ads you get that you may click on to glance.
Right.
Then the browsing you will do without buying. Like you said, that still counts, right? And we're not even figuring in, like Kimmy said, the time we spend doing big shopping online every once in a while, like when you have to book a flight or a hotel trip, the time you spend looking for a car or looking for a house if you're doing that, during the Christmas season when you're online buying gifts for people on Amazon Prime Day when you're on there for possibly hours. You cannot tell me that 9 minutes a day is the actual average. No. Between phones, laptops, work, would you say 30 minutes a day is probably?
That's kind of what popped into my head, and I think I'm over that anyway.
Okay. So let's go with 30. Does that sound appropriate, Kimmy?
Yeah. I mean, depending on the day, I guess that could average out to be 30.
And by the way, that's only 5 minutes 6 times a day. 30 minutes is only 5 minutes 6 times a day. If that's the actual number, that means we shop around 11,000 minutes a year on average, or 183 hours a year, or just over a week nonstop of shopping a year. Of the 52 weeks a year you are alive, 1 week of those would be nothing but shopping online.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that doesn't even count going to the grocery store, going to the mall, heading out to Marshall's, whatever it is.
But I do that a lot less. Because I'm online shopping.
Okay.
But I think my wife, it's about even. I think my wife online shopping and shopping.
It's a mix of both.
I don't think it's cut down on her going to Marshall's. You know what I mean? Like I think both. She says increase for mine. I think I don't go to the mall anymore.
Okay. You went to the mall to begin with?
I used to go to the mall. Everybody went to the mall.
Yeah.
Well, the place you got your clothes.
Like occasionally, like you got to go to the mall if you need something like today or tomorrow. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm back in the day, who didn't go to the mall?
Well, okay.
You have kids.
What are you doing? An ad for the mall? Back in the day, who didn't go to the mall?
Everybody loved the mall.
All roads.
Life starts at the mall.
Here's why I was surprised by that. Well, like you're a clothing snob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you're a clothing bitch, right?
Yeah.
And
but that's why I would think he goes to see it in person.
No, but Kimmy, he has said on the air before that he doesn't like wearing what everyone else wears.
I said that?
You have said that multiple times in this show.
Kimmy, did I say that?
I don't remember, but it sounds right.
Wait. You're telling me the guy in the ribbed turtleneck sweater with an African safari shacket and pointy-ass witch shoes? Was that in the front of a window of a mall this week somewhere?
No, I got it at Country Max.
I mean, we know that you've crossed the border to buy certain items of clothing.
I mean, I shop when I'm on vacation.
You have told me the names of your favorite stores in bigger cities that you like to go to. Like, what's the one where the tiny people shop in Toronto?
Oh, Browns. Love that place.
Hey, isn't there a tiny people shop in Montreal, too?
I think it's the same company.
Okay. Oh,
Les
Browns.
Les Petits Man.
Like when you go to bigger cities, you will go shopping because that's where
Well, there's more selection.
That's where the metropolitans shop. You know, you small town, small-minded people wouldn't get what I'm on, man.
I just can't find quality pointy shoes here.
So I would think you at the mall, you'd just be walking around like, not good enough for me, not good enough for me. Look at what they're wearing.
No, but I did.
Okay, all right.
You know, sometimes you get surprised.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you think you spend more than 9 minutes a day online shopping every day? And they get into why we're doing this.
Well, it's easy.
What's that?
It's in my hand. I mean, I just literally could just start buying things.
Okay, so part of it's that. Part of it is also boredom.
Yeah.
But the biggest reason why people say they online shop so much, we want a deal. And online shopping has kind of become a game.
All right, looking for those discounts.
6 in 10 Americans say they will look for a promo code before checking out online. Are you guys guilty of that?
No, my wife is, and she gets mad when I don't do it. Because here's the thing, like, let's say you go
can
into a
Google
site.
it.
What's that?
I know a lot of people that'll Google it. Like the second they find something they like, they'll Google promo codes for that website or that brand.
I never do any of that.
Find online coupons.
I mean, it's pretty simple and fast.
That's how lazy I am. Because I hate when let's say I go look at a site, right?
Yeah.
The first thing that pops up, do you want to save 25% now? No, I haven't seen what you have yet.
Okay,
and then they go,
at the phone. He's yelling at the phone like a catty bitch. No, I have not seen what you have yet.
and then they insult you. I go, it'll say, oh, I guess you don't want to save money
does say
today.
That is really
I know.
It's like shaming me into taking your 25%, even though I don't know if I want anything.
So
Because I know as soon as I click on that thing, if I don't shop on it, I'm going to get bombarded by more of their ads.
You're right, but enough people must click on it where it works.
Well, yeah.
Well, you are
gotta-
saving money, but I ain't saving money.
You got to hand over your email most of the time, and that's where I draw the line.
All right, we're going to talk about that later this week. But here's the thing. If it takes too long to find a deal, or excuse me, if it takes too long to find a promo code, because we just told you 6 in 10 Americans say they will look for a promo code before they check out.
All right.
4 in 10 of those people say they will abandon their purchase if they can't find a promo code,
Really? They just bail on it.
which means that those people don't need or even want those
Sure,
things.
yeah.
They're just doing it because they think they can find a deal.
Yeah, you're shopping to shop.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean,
It's retail therapy.
so to further that point,
Yeah.
1/2 of people in the survey said they will never pay full price for anything they buy online.
That's my wife. My wife always looks for a bargain.
Okay, no, like they won't purchase it. They will not buy it
Yeah.
if they cannot get a deal. And it
That's-
goes back to
yeah.
what you guys just brought up. The companies know this, and they will offer you 15% right out of the gate when you get to the website, right? Those people think they are smart because they refuse to pay full price.
But you're not getting a deal, man, because they just jacked it up and don't know, and they're baiting you into buying this thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's all built in.
But, I mean, they understand how we think. We don't need it. We don't want it. We're playing a game. And if we can get one over, at least think we're getting one over on the man,
Yeah.
we're going to do it immediately.
Yeah, you don't want to feel like you're paying full price.
There was another study this morning.
What do they say?
Says that the average high from a bargain purchase lasts about 2 hours.
Oh, a bargain buzz.
Yeah, no, that's what they called it.
Yeah,
Did
all
you
right.
see that story?
No.
It's a bargain buzz. Like when you save money on something that you
You
really
feel
wanted.
good. Like
yes,
you feel like, man, I'm doing it right.
but it lasts 2 hours, which is
That's
funny.
pretty good buzz, man.
Well, not if you buy it online, because by the time the thing gets here, you don't even really care about it
Yeah,
anymore.
true.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Study shows the average American shops for 2 full days out of the calendar year, which is wrong. If we did our own study just now,
Yeah.
right? It's got to be at least a week straight. Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good. Good to hear from you, buddy.
So I think for me and two of my buddies, that amount of time we spend online, if you count Facebook Marketplace, is probably triple that amount of time, because you go on Facebook Marketplace and look at cars and stuff like that. And yesterday, I probably spent a good half hour looking at like grill smoker combos, because I watch a lot of videos on like grilling and stuff. So I'm like, I need to find a smoker so I can smoke my own stuff. Then I go. Then I go on
What's up with
Facebook
the smokers,
Marketplace.
guys?
What does a single guy need a smoker for? Unless you're working the rib off next summer.
I would actually think single guy with a smoker is the best case scenario. If I was a single guy, I would absolutely go out, and the first thing I would do is buy a smoker.
What are you going to do with all that brisket?
Eat it, you bitch.
Have my friends come over. Yo, guys, want brisket? All right, cool. Let's make some brisket. I'll put
Wait,
it on in the
wait,
morning.
whoa,
It'll be ready by the afternoon.
whoa. Shut up. You have
No, you
friends?
shut up.
You have friends that come over and eat your meat?
Yes.
No, you don't. You don't do that.
Not
Ben.
not that kind of meat. Actually, like,
No
brisket
meat.
and
All right, Ben, well, listen, I would love to keep talking to you, but you're wasting time not looking on Facebook Marketplace right now. You got to get back
And
to
you
it.
got free
I know,
meat to serve.
I know, and it also parlays into YouTube research because I got to look it up on YouTube and find reviews too.
All right.
So I spent like an hour.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I'm going to go buy a smoker.
I don't think, bro. Well, okay, first of all, I don't think single guy with a smoker is that strange.
That would
No,
That
no.
would-
I could see that being a hobby.
that would weird me out.
Really?
Like if you had a if you came over to my house,
Yeah.
and I was a fat boy,
yeah.
and I got me a big old one of them big old trail behind smokers, and I live alone.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You
You're
were
burning
a meat
bodies.
cutter. It all lines
You are
up.
burning bodies.
No, you're not burning
You're burning
bodies.
evidence.
You think that's suspicious?
Yes,
You're not burning
like
it. You're smoking evidence.
who's the kid in Wisconsin that ate everybody?
Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah, you're a Dahmer.
No,
How did you get to this point?
It makes more sense that a single man would have a smoker than a married man.
No, because a married man has like a family to feed with meat or friends or extended family. Weirdo smoker guy.
Married man has responsibilities that keep me away from my smoker to experiment, whereas single guy can experiment all he
All right,
wants.
every smoking brother I've ever met had a family and had extended family.
Okay.
And had matching T-shirts.
Well,
I've never seen a dude a T-shirt with nothing written on it barbecuing for himself.
All right, well, listen, if my wife ever leaves me, you're not allowed to come over to my smoking parties. So it's funny, with this whole discussion we had, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're shopping an average of, after we figured it out, a week a year, right? 6 in 10 people say they will look for a promo code before they check out, but 4 in 10 of those people say they will abandon their purchase if they can't find one. All of this,
Yeah.
how stupid we are,
Yeah.
despite all of that,
Yeah.
just over 3/4 of Americans consider themselves savvy online shoppers. They have tricked us into believing
Yes.
that we are good at spending our money on their crap.
You figured
Well-
the system out.
Yes.
And you making money.
That's right. Man.
Is it savvy in terms of finding a deal, or is it savvy in terms of like the good places to? Because you know how like there's some online websites where it's like, this is way too good to be true. Like, I can't get this T-shirt for $7,
Sure,
and then
sure.
something else shows up that kind of looks like what you thought it was gonna be, but it's a little different.
Like a bait and switch almost.
I would think like savvy also means you know what's legit and what's not.
But those people who think they know don't know, and even the
Yeah.
people that don't know think they're savvy. I guess what I'm saying, it's impossible for 75% of Americans to be savvy online shoppers.
But they think they
That's
are.
what I mean.
Yeah, in their mind.
Man. All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
It's time to start bitching it out, shopping, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, Rochester's dropping the ball here.
Okay.
We've been discovering the last decade that the natural things that are happening in Rochester are the things that are making us the most money and bringing the most people in, right? We don't need a fast ferry. We don't need a soccer stadium. No, like we have enough here going on. And this happened organically.
A nice draw to the town.
Tommy, so much so that we're one of the top these in America.
Wow.
We have a template to make money from people outside of town on alcohol. So why are we not doing it with this?
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We in Rochester are good at alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, there are places in town that make almost every drink you'll find behind the bar. Wine has been our game for decades, but it seems Another Scene has us as one of the best cities in America for this.
Wow.
Like in the entire United States. And we, as a community, are dropping the ball.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone,
Yeah, what do you do?
can't call them short or stupid,
No, I wouldn't do
or
that.
ask when they're playing in the Pittsburgh Community Theater version of Jumanji. Please go on the live stream at YouTube, on our Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch.
He's missing the hat.
The break room. No, he's not. He's got it at home. He's a pith hat, the next hat.
Oh, my God. Yeah, my dad used to have one.
Of course he
He
did.
used to take his walks with it because the birds were attacking his head when he left the condo. I'm not It was an old school pith helmet.
You got to really hurt someone. Someone along the lines
Oh,
of
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to dress up today like I'm running a banjo summer camp for adults with my little hipster beard and hat because I'm just a banjo playing little bitch. That was a good one.
It was not a
Banjo
good one.
summer camp.
We take
Timmy
all
laughed.
your bitch voices. We run it back. Call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Please tell me my identity was taken from you and I don't know how to handle it because
I'm
Pat
ruined.
Duffy looks way better than I do today because I'm a sad ass, look like I'm hanging out in the garage with Tim Allen kind of bitch.
Well, I know one of the kids there, Dave. Well, you know, a couple of meat guys talking meat.
Yeah, I bet you are.
You got a private chicken tour?
Pat Duffy, I want to be somebody's work husband, but I'm just so fugly. Nobody wants me to be their work husband, so I'm just going to have to sit here with Tommy all day. I'm your work wife.
Why can't we be
That's
work
true.
husbands together?
No, I'm your work wife. Oh, yes.
Like a little bitch? My name's Tommy, and I was a big tough guy having an argument. But now that there's a small axe displayed, I'm
still-
going to run away like a bitch-ass, scared-ass axe little bitch.
It's still a baby axe.
I work in a brewery for maintenance, and I also am a hop
I'm
farmer.
sorry I was late.
Oh, thank you.
I'm taking my kids and my wife to the game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I've got season
I got preseason tickets. Check me out. Oh, I'm Kimmy Coffee. I'm going to grab my guns. You girls go downtown and get wasted all weekend because I'm just a pot-smoking little bitch.
Don't be jealous.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Rochester, New York
What are we?
is one of the best beer towns in America.
Really?
Story
Look at us.
in the DNC says a new study ranks Rochester in the top 15 nationally for beer lovers and producers, 13th to be exact,
13th in the nation.
in America.
Wow.
They got this number by looking at the number of breweries, number of bars, number of beer tasting tours. They factored in the cost of beer, which also, compared to other places, which also means we are drinking cheaper than other places in America. The funniest part of this story,
What is?
did you know?
What?
The greater Rochester area has one brewery for every 10,000 residents.
God damn.
Those are like doctor's office numbers.
Yeah, so that's like every neighborhood would have its own brewery.
Essentially, yes. We have brewery per capita numbers like other cities have schools.
Yeah.
Right? And they're all successful, the breweries, not the schools.
Yeah.
They all seem to keep expanding and they're opening new locations. They're putting new products out that people are lining up to try. So, with this knowledge that we are the 13th best beer city in America, are either of you surprised?
I mean, I'm surprised we're ranked that high because I always think Rochester is never on anybody's radar.
Okay, how many Rochester's doing great lists do we have to do before you realize we're now on people's radar?
I get it,
buddy.
it, man.
Kimmy, you're living the beer lifestyle.
Oh, my God, yeah.
You're out
Every
these-
night.
You're out these places every weekend
Yeah.
getting your craft beer on. Are you surprised that Rochester is this high?
No, and like I kind of always thought that we had a lot for a city of our size, but I guess this just confirms it now because I guess I really haven't spent time in other places to compare, but now it's kind of nice to know.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now that we have these numbers, here's what's bothering me. Why are we not leaning more into this as a
We should,
community?
because it'd be a tourist attraction.
Finger Lakes, the region is known for wine.
And
People-
it's blown up
Yes.
because of tourism.
You got it. Like they come in from all over the Northeast, right? There are entire little towns in the Finger Lakes whose economies exist only for wine tours. Their hotels and their beds and their breakfasts. You got high-end restaurants in these itty-bitty towns you've never heard of, like super high-end that kill
Yeah.
And the state, the towns, they do a great job of bringing people in to make money.
And this town is very hipster friendly.
What does
It really
that mean?
is.
What does that mean?
It's a very hipster friendly town because you like craft beer, and we have a ton of those. You like your record archives, and
You like your record archives.
You like these hipster flea markets. You got all that stuff. So you got everything right here to draw the Gunthers and the Tylers from around the globe here.
You want to take this one, or should I take this one?
I'm not sure where you're going with it, so you can go first.
Okay. You do realize
We should be on the hipster trail.
The hipster trail.
The Erie hipster trail.
has a lot of guys that look like you on it.
Well, I kind of set the trend with the turtleneck.
no, she
and
doesn't
the
mean
shaggy.
the outfit, you idiot. She
The
means the age.
Well, there's aging hipsters. I get it.
No, that's not, bro. You are just as likely to see a guy in skinny jeans and a corduroy shirt, which I know you own, than a guy that is walking in with his T-shirt tucked into his jeans with a braided belt on.
Yeah.
And at 50, 60 years old. Like, if you walk into Three Heads, right? You're going to see those guys, and you're going to see older guys and gals. I see guys. I mean, women are
Yeah,
into
but
this.
that guy has always been that hipster doofus.
Bro, that guy is not a hipster. You can't be a
No,
hipster wearing a
no.
home improvement T-shirt.
He's wearing it ironically.
No, he's not. He really loves Tim Allen. Bro, like,
All right, so let's do it.
no,
then.
I just,
Let's do it
before we
then.
get back into it, here's what pisses me off. Just go to one of these places one
I know.
time.
I've been to
know.
these
My
places.
ass, you go to Three Heads, you hang out on the outside deck because it's nice outside. You've never even stepped inside that place.
Yes, I got roasted there.
Yeah, but it was dark, so you didn't get to see it.
It was very dark.
No, man, like this.
It's not my scene. I don't like chalky ass beer every night.
Again, our live stream brought to you by Three Heads Brewing.
I like some of their beers. I'll tell you what, they're one of the good ones. No, they got like that coffee one I like.
Look, what I'm saying is the beer industry runs the gamut, and even craft beer places. It's not like it used to be where it was nothing but hardcore IPAs. There's
yeah.
something for everybody when you walk in these places.
Yeah, I
Kim.
think that they've definitely expanded their beer menus because a
You
lot
would
of them
know.
will also partner with local like cideries and wineries, places like that, so they have other options for people.
All right. So,
I mean, it's a bunch of Kimmies, really, what you're talking about.
oh, did you not listen to
No,
a word?
you're
I
right.
hear it, but I hear it
Yeah.
coming from the brew babes over here, going down to the
Brew babes.
Bitcoin brewery, flashing their credit card.
You just don't know when to shut up.
I
You just
know.
don't understand how this works, you idiot. Like, it's idiots like you that are costing this community money.
What am I doing?
No, because you think it's a bunch of young idiots that don't have money, and that's why you don't lean into beer when you lean into wine, because wine is pictured as this like high-end, classy, expensive thing, whereas beer is pictured as either working class or a bunch of dorks I don't want to hang out with who ain't got cash because they're living in their mother's basement, and that ain't the scene, man.
Okay, so it embraces everybody.
Yes.
The beer scene.
Yes.
Okay. I'm learning here. I'm learning.
252 WCMF. We learn from
We
a story
learned.
in the DNC this week that Rochester is the 13th city in America, ranked number 13, best beer cities. They get this number by looking at the number of breweries, bars, tasting tours, factoring in the cost of beer, and the funniest stat in this story.
What's up?
Rochester, New York has one brewery for every 10,000 residents. One brewery for every 10,000 residents. Okay, so with the idea that the state of New York and communities wrap their arms around the wine industry and it blew up for us and it benefits us big time. We have everything here for beer-loving nerds to do the same thing. We'll start with the Genesee Brewery.
Okay.
They've been around 150 years. I think they are a top 5 beer producer in America.
Really?
I think. Kim, you want to Google that for
Damn.
me? The brewery and the brew house bar are immaculate, the restaurant in there. The tour over there is a beer lover's soggy dream.
Okay.
You combine all of that
Yeah.
with the other great breweries in the greater Rochester area doing super unique things, there is a massive opportunity for beer tourism. You bring them in with the big, shiny Genesee Brewery, and you introduce them to all of the younger, littler people around the community. I think that crushes.
So you need some like governing body to create this like atmosphere to get the word out, right? That's what it's going to take.
I mean, what
A
do you
beer
think?
council. You need a beer council to like. They got to advertise out of town. Like us sitting here saying, "Hey, this is great," does nothing for the beer industry to
Okay.
get people from out of town, right? You got to get these jerks from like downstate, Ohio, and
These
Pennsylvania.
jerks from downstate.
You got to get the word out.
How do you do that?
Yeah, it's called advertising.
Well, no,
How do you do that?
Okay, you idiot. What I'm saying is, like, if
You create those really cool ads on TV that make your town look cool.
No, that doesn't entirely help us right now.
It helped Nashville pretty good.
You need to have the infrastructure, you idiot. Here's what I'm saying.
What do you mean infrastructure?
Part of going on a wine tour is the quaintness of it, right? It's not, you're not going to a Hampton Inn to go drink a bunch of wine. There's like bed and breakfast. There's a little town community, right? Maybe we need an infrastructure like that before we start really branching out. Here's my $1 million idea. You ready for this?
Right.
Buckle up, buddy.
Right.
Beer and breakfast. Open up a beer and breakfast.
I mean like a bed and breakfast, but it's a beer.
It's beer and breakfast.
All right.
Okay, like there are these old mansions in small towns in the Finger Lakes.
Got a ton of them.
They get gutted and they get turned into hotels, right? And inside, everything is dedicated to wine. Some of these places have wine taps in the wall where you can grab a glass and get wine anytime you want.
All right, so you take some of these old mansions on East Avenue,
Blow them out.
and University, turn them into that.
Beer and breakfast.
All right.
How about rotating beer taps in the wall? How about a mini fridge with regional beers, right, that you would have in bottles and cans? What beer-loving guy and gal wouldn't want to spend the night in my beer and breakfast?
So you got a crown jewel here that really goes underserved.
What's that?
And you're not going to like what I'm about to say.
The fact, look, when you lead with that, I get scared because I never like any of the things you think I like.
You might like this one.
What's that?
Because it would give you and your wife something to do. The George Eastman house.
Okay, what about it?
I would turn it into what you just described.
Wait, you're going to wipe out the George Eastman
Right.
house?
Not wipe it out. Not wipe it out.
Well, but you'd have to change it all.
No, you don't have to change all of it. You just have
Okay.
to change some of it. You keep a lot of the historical stuff, but that place is massive and is underused. You could turn that into what you're talking about and still have a museum of George Eastman there. Because you would keep it the same.
Oh,
But you would add a brewery,
It's-
an outdoor, and inside.
You don't need another brewery.
No, but this would be your beer and
Okay,
breakfast.
That's the dumbest idea I've
No,
ever
it's
heard.
not.
That
It's
was a
perfect.
weird one.
It's extremely unique. You turn in another rundown mansion into a bed
So you're
and
saying
breakfast.
put
It's
a
already
brewery
been
in a
done.
Beer and
museum, essentially, is what you're saying.
No, but you would also stay there.
Oh, and stay there.
You would put a restaurant. You would do all because that building is wasted.
It's one of the most popular tourist
Yeah.
attractions in
mean, the
Rochester.
whole-
He's doing the J.O. hands.
For who?
There's numbers that back it up.
There's numbers of kids from school that had to do a field trip there.
Cinephiles from across America come and visit the George Eastman
You
house.
could keep that. You could keep that. That thing is vast and it's run down,
When's the
man.
last
It would
time you-
spruce it out.
Don't run down. When's the last
No.
time you walked through
Bro,
there?
it run down.
Like people
bro.
go there to take their wedding pictures and stuff.
You could still do all that stuff.
Question.
But
When's the last time you walked through the George Eastman house?
I've been there twice. Like to walk through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many times you got to
was the
see
When's
it?
the last
time,
time you
though.
went?
Probably 20 years ago.
Okay.
And then
when you say probably, it was 30.
What, they got a new polar bear and elephant head?
Bro, it's not run
How
down.
do
It's a
you know
beautiful
it's run
place. It's
down?
frozen in time. It's history.
It
What
looks
is-
frozen in time. Let's jazz it up.
What is wrong
Let's
with
jazz
you?
it up.
Go-kart tracks. Come on, man. It'll be
Shut
fun.
up. Shut up.
One of those little mini choo-choo trains for the kids.
I mean, Kimmy,
Water slide.
shut up.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you would be able to pull in drivers from New England, Pennsylvania, Ohio, other parts of New York with a Jenny Brewery into a bus stop that takes you
But
like Three Heads, other half, K2, right? All the other million places.
Eastman House.
You're right. But I think the difference is with the wineries and the Finger Lakes and stuff, you're getting scenery, you're getting like a unique and beautiful place. Like
The hills are alive with drunken women. You can hear them far, far away.
He's acting out now because we hated his
Why do you have to spit the wine out?
I don't know if you need more out of like the city of Rochester in general for people to come here. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if people will just come here for beer.
There's a downtown waterfall across the street from this brewery.
Yeah, but
Is
that's
that a draw for people? I mean, would you?
It was
would
for
you,
San Patch.
Would
Rank
you
ass
travel?
river.
Would you travel 6-7 hours? I don't know
rank
because I
ass
do think that
river.
every city, to some extent, has this on a smaller scale. So I don't know if it's
I mean, she
really
knows, man.
Okay.
She got the liver
I mean,
to
like
back
I
it
will
up.
visit like breweries and stuff in places if we're going there for a different reason, but I don't know if I would specifically travel for that.
Just to drink beer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's right.
You just agreed with me for 10 minutes.
Till she
talked
spoke.
for 30 seconds and you completely
That's how
flipped.
good she is.
Oh, my God.
And she gets to the point.
Why do people travel for wine then?
Again, it's you're getting such a unique experience because you're going from winery to winery. You're overseeing a lake.
You're in a vineyard.
You're in exactly.
And you feel like, see, this is your problem, man.
Well, tell me what my problem is.
You
Man
don't like
who
to-
just agreed with me for 15 minutes.
You don't like to do things. So, like, these people
to do things.
These people that go to these vineyards, they want to feel like they're in France
Yeah.
or they're in
I think that's
Northern
part of it.
California, but they can't afford it.
It's the scenery.
Right, but he doesn't get it because he hates all that stuff. That's why you can't wrap your head around my George Eastman bed and breakfast water slide go-kart park discount outlet store with a Marshalls in the basement.
Let me ask you a question, idiot. Would you make the
I also sell fireworks in the off season.
Would you make the argument that women drive the wine
tours?
tours?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
Right.
So that being said, we literally had a discussion in our work about vacationing as a man versus vacationing as a woman, right?
Dudecation.
Yes, and you said women like to enjoy the scenery where
Right.
men want to go do stuff.
Right.
Yeah, a beer tour would not be for the ladies.
Yeah, but you got to
But I
make
don't-
it. But
Hear
you,
me. You're not listening.
but you
You're not
got to
listening.
take. I have to take my wife with me, so
Great.
she needs something too.
I go to your wine tour, you're coming to my beer tour, and you could do both of them in back-to-back days. Like, we're literally on the edge of wine country. Why would you not sell it as spend a Saturday doing wine, spend a Sunday doing beer?
But there are also
Face!
the other thing too is there are also breweries around the Finger Lakes, like in between the wineries.
That's why you get my beer bus that brings you into the Genesee
You get to
Brewery
do
and then
everything.
around. Yes, for God's sakes. Like, do I have to do all the work in this room? Do I have to save this community? Is it just up to me? Because that's what it feels like sometimes.
I mean, I'm with you. I think we have something special, but I don't know if it's enough to draw people from to make for people that from outside of Rochester to make a trip out of it, a vacation out of it.
Well, you know what?
What's that?
I'm sorry I believe in this community. And I'm sorry that I believe in these brewers, these local brewers that are just trying to make a life for them and their families.
Well, they should get out their ass and do it then.
I'm sorry that I have a vision that you can't see that one day will make this town the most successful it's ever been.
All right.
And
What's
I
that?
say,
What's that?
I can't do it like you can.
Oh, I didn't realize you were trying to do
I was
Kennedy.
going to try to do Kennedy, but you're better.
I say by the end of this century, we want to flood these streets with a bunch of bearded doofuses with backward Yankees hats. Not because the beer's good, because we also have hard cider.
I mean, bro, anything is better than work, right?
Oh, yeah.
And there are some jobs that are much harder than other jobs. Like, for example, if you meet someone that works in construction, they're going to tell you, especially us, my job is harder than your job.
Yeah.
But there are also jobs that are harder in construction than others.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So for my entire life, and I know you guys felt this way too, I always assumed that this job on a construction site or like a road construction crew was like rotated. But
Okay.
our eyes have been opened.
Oh.
Like, this might be a job that someone gets hired specifically for.
Oh, so he's like, this is his gig, period. He don't do nothing else.
Kind of feels that way.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We need a question answered.
Okay.
We all drive past road construction sites every day, right?
Yeah.
And it's construction season in Rochester. We all think we know how those jobs work. But there's been a pattern the last couple of weeks.
What's going on?
Well, if this is the case, would having this job exclusively on a road construction crew be the best job or the worst job on the site? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Right now,
Renew?
you can win your chance of your share at $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each day. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends on CMF. Just after 7:45. Earlier this week, we talked about 2 astronauts that have been stranded in space for almost 2 months now.
Yeah, look at that.
And it was a story that was totally under the radar.
It's now turned into like an Airbnb for them, right?
Super Airbnb.
Yeah.
NASA said they were working on getting them down as soon as possible. Did you see the story yesterday?
So I know they're still there.
Oh, not only are they still there, they're going to be there for a while.
So, but they
Hang
don't.
tight, everybody.
But they didn't. Do they have enough food?
Well, maybe they can get them supplies. They just can't
Well, if you
get
get
them
them
out.
supplies, can I hitch a ride back on supply truck?
We'll get into it.
I don't need a seat, man. I'll just sit on the containers in the back.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy,
Yeah.
when you drive by a road construction
Yeah,
site,
and you. By the way, Kimmy and I realize you live. Whatever road
Yes.
that is,
East River.
it is non-stop
Right.
construction.
I was shocked at how long it took to get around
Yeah.
all that.
they are rebuilding East River Road, and they've been
Yeah.
doing it all summer. But like when you drive by a construction site, there are a few characters you'll always see.
Oh, yeah.
You got the folks with the shovels, right?
Shovelmen.
There'll be folks driving like small, heavy machinery. What's the
Machinemen.
giant dough roller? That's my favorite.
That's somebody riding your mom. A momman. Not the ones that you live in Utah.
There
They're
are
the momman.
shut up. There are endless amounts of jobs
Yeah.
that look really hard and exhausting in the summer
Yeah.
heat, right? But you're always first greeted by the sign holder.
assignment.
Stop, slow.
Yep.
Stop, slow. And they got their boots on, and they got their jeans on, they got their hard hat on, they got their orange vest on. But in that moment, they are the chief of the sign.
Yeah.
And Tommy, I always assumed that the person who held the sign was a rotating job.
Okay.
Right? Like one day, every hour they switch. Okay,
Yeah.
Dave, it's your turn to hold the sign, right?
Could be a little monotonous.
Yeah. But that idea has changed.
What happened?
So like you said, the last 3 months, it's just been nonstop construction on East River Road, right? And every time I drive through, because I have to drive through there to get where I'm going,
Yeah.
the same guy has been holding the sign.
Oh, all right.
For like 3 straight months. 9 times out of 10, when I am driving out, it's a young dude crushing his daily sign job.
Yeah.
And you said it's different times of the day, too. It's not always the same. You're not always driving through during lunch.
Nope,
or like,
yep.
Yeah.
Whether
Same
it's
guy.
early in the morning, coming home from work, or whether I'm going out to like drop the kids off, same guy, stop, slow, stop, slow. Is the sign job its own job?
Apparently.
Do you get hired to be sign guy?
Well, you'd have to train, right?
To be sign guy?
Like your
Well, yeah,
job
because-
is just sign.
Yeah. I
No,
am
but
sign.
like you got to communicate with the other dude. You got to understand traffic and when to stop it with the. You know what I mean? Like you got a lot of responsibility there.
No,
so you don't
it's-
have a head-on collision
Well, you got two
with like a
responsibilities.
dump truck.
You got 2 responsibilities. Stop, slow.
Right, but I
it's more
guess
than
his
that,
question is also: Are
You
there
hold
other
life
things?
in your hands.
Are there other things that sign guy does, or is it just you're only trained in sign?
Okay. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I know there are people that do this job that listens to
Well,
this.
you got to be alert. You got to be sharp.
Well, yeah, but you also would have to be...
One wrong move with that sign, and you got chaos on East River Road, buddy. You got to pile up.
All of those jobs are stressful. If you're working heavy machinery, you also have to be focused. If you're digging a shovel...
No, but you can't be a daydreaming, drifting idiot. You got to be focused. Like, I understand, like, when you're working machinery, you're interactive. That guy's got to be laser focused on something where you and I would start thinking about...
Drifting off.
Yeah. You know, doing bad stuff.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is there a head sign wielder, and are you hired exclusively for sign?
I bet you there's a training program.
Okay, but if there is a training program, what do I have to have on my resume to be hired as sign guy? Like, do I come from other crews? Like, are there like a number one sign guys that like construction companies are trying to sign away from other construction companies?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, think about this. Physically, you got to be unique.
How so?
You got to have a good wrist.
Shut up.
No, you do. Look at that. You got to have a good wrist.
Everybody can do this.
All day?
Yeah.
Like, we're good at this. We ain't so good at this.
No,
'Cause
but
this don't get the job done on my wang. All right?
Have you tried it?
It would make it longer. No, you got to have a good. I mean, you probably have to train.
Okay.
You're on your feet, standing still for hours.
Okay.
So you have to physically hit the gym. Your diet has to be right.
Shut up.
Everything. You got to hydrate because you're in the blazing sun all day.
I've seen.
And you can't let go of that sign, bro. Traffic don't stop.
I've seen fat flag guys. I
don't think I've ever seen a.
You've seen a fat flag guy. They're leaning on the sign.
Oh.
And even this guy, he's in good shape, right? He's a sign leaner, and I respect that. You know how to do your job better than I do. I've never been a sign guy.
Yeah, I bet you it's way more intricate than you think. And like high pressure situations.
252 WCMF 252-9263. It's become apparent that I always thought sign guy on construction site on the road was a job everybody rotated. They've been doing work for 3 months on East River Road where I live. Same sign guy every single day. That's a hired job. Let's talk to Frank. He's on CMF. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy? Kimmy, can I get the phones, Frank? My fault, buddy. I'm sorry. How you doing, Frank? Go ahead.
Good. I've called him many times, Frank. I own Skylight Signs. We've been around about 22 years. We do big lighted signs, but we do all the way down to small signs on buildings and stuff. Our guys go up 100 feet in the air, things like that with our crane trucks and that.
Okay, so you need to have a guy on the road.
Our industry, the signage industry on our end is very specialty.
I
think we're talking about two different things
diverse.
Here. Yeah, we might be talking about different sign guy. I'm talking about a guy who holds signs.
I know what you're talking about. The sign guy standing in the road.
Yeah.
Right, but what's that got to do with the hanging sign?
I gotcha. But the signage in general is very specially custom. You say, gee, how do you train for that? Well, there's a lot of training in the other end.
Okay, all right, Frank. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I think it was a miscommunication.
I think we got our sign lines crossed.
Yes,
right.
Yeah,
got to keep a good sign line,
yes.
which is also important being the sign guy. Let's talk to Jason. He's on CMF. Hey, Jason, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What you got for us?
So I used to be one of those sign guys.
You were a sign guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was probably the worst job that I've ever had.
Wait, why? What's bad about being the sign guy?
So not only are you out there in the middle of the summer when it's 100-plus degrees standing on the road,
okay,
you're also out there in the middle of winter when it's negative 20-degree wind chill,
okay,
and you just stand in one spot all day. And you also have to, set up all the signs that you see down the road, like the road work ahead, the cones all around the workers.
Yeah, you're the sign guy. I mean, that's your thing.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into it.
Okay.
And the pay really doesn't reflect the job.
So I get paid less as sign guy as opposed to guy driving the big dough roller thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, by a lot.
Oh.
I think how dangerous that job is. Traffic.
Right. Yeah, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of people who do not pay attention.
Don't listen.
I've almost been hit multiple times.
But but you had the sign in your hand though.
They don't listen.
Yeah.
They don't listen
with
to the sign.
They don't see it. They're on a rush to get home from work.
Okay.
And they don't really care what your sign says.
All right, now Jason, here's the thing. I do appreciate the call, I do, and it sounds like everything you're saying is true. But Tommy, you can back me up on this.
Go ahead.
Sometimes when you talk to a guy that has had a certain job, they make their job sound tougher than it is, and we all do it, Jason. We're all guilty of it. How can I trust?
Yeah, absolutely.
How can I trust that you are not just making being sign guy sound like a hard job to try and impress us with your sign guy credentials?
So you do have to go through training for it too, and I never made above $15 an hour.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and also there's one truck and two people are on a sign guy crew.
Okay.
And the guy who takes home a truck has to go to wherever that other guy lives and pick him up in the morning and then go to wherever they need to go. So there was days I was waking up at 2:00 in the morning just to get to work at 7.
7?
Wait, where did the guy live? Kentucky?
I live way out in Avon.
I was kidding. I didn't think you really lived in Kentucky.
All right, let me ask you this real quick. I got a question. Would you rather be sign guy or jackhammer guy? Because jackhammer guy looks like the worst gig.
Guy for sure.
But that looks like it sucks, though, like Tommy said.
Oh, it sucks, but you get paid appropriately for it.
Okay.
And your kids are born dizzy.
Jason, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes sign guy, Jason.
When I see those dudes working at Jackhammer in the middle of summer, I go, that is the worst job.
I do want to try jackhammer, though.
I don't.
You don't want to try a jackhammer?
No. By the way, it looks like if you miss, you're going to, like, jackhammer your foot.
Well, yeah, that's with everything, you idiot.
You can't.
What tool can you use where if you don't miss, every tool you use that involves ground.
But that looks like the worst.
Really? Then dough rolling, what do you call it? What's the name of that thing with the big flattening thing?
I don't know. Are you talking about a steamroller?
Yeah, that's one.
What are you calling it, a dough roller? I never eat bread at your house.
No,
It's going to taste like blasting caps and sand.
It looks like a rolling
It's
pin.
called a steamroller.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Matter of fact, your favorite artist has a tune
it's one of my
called
favorite songs.
Steamroller by James Taylor.
I'm a steamroller, baby. I'm going to roll out over
I
you.
just ran over my own foot. Oh, Lord, it hurt. Sideman,
He doesn't describe
help me.
He's not like, I'm a steamroller. It's that machine when you're out on the road. It's got the big metal thing that looks like it rolls like dough.
It doesn't touch dough.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Okay. Well, you know what always happens?
What's that?
Again, now we're talking about sign guy out on the construction site. I thought that was a rotating job. Turns out there's one guy that gets paid to be sign guy. You just heard the call.
From assignment.
Yep, who says the job sucks, you don't get paid well, you had to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Worst job on the site. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jim, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing this morning?
Good, man. What do you got?
Sign guy is like every other job on a road construction site. It's all prevailing wage, state rate. It's the lowest paying one. It's like $35 an hour.
$35 an hour to hold the sign.
Yeah, but you're standing on asphalt that's 20 or 30 or 40 degrees hotter than the air on a sunny day.
Okay, I'm not saying it's easy.
Your feet are frying.
Okay,
no,
all
it's
right.
not easy.
Hot
Plus,
feet.
it's the most important job of all of them.
Sign guy is
Because
number one.
all the guys who are working are relying on you to keep an eye on traffic so they don't have to. They have to worry about looking over their shoulder to get rammed by a car.
It's such an important job that James Taylor wrote a song about it. Mm. Well, I'm a sign holder, baby. My feet are hot. I'm going to melt all over you.
Yeah, truck drivers around 55, equipment operators around 70.
All right. Have you ever been
all state rate?
All right, Jim, have you ever been sign guy?
Yes.
All right. Do other guys on the crew look down on sign guy?
No, not really.
Okay.
Because they all know that they can do their job if sign guy is paying attention doing his job.
All right.
It makes their job easier.
Mutual respect.
It's teamwork. Is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're watching traffic, so they don't have to.
Jim,
they can just do their job.
Thanks for the call, buddy. We really appreciate it. 252-WCMF, I see you guys on hold. Sit tight for me. Let me ask you guys a question.
Go ahead.
When you drive by, do you wave at sign guy?
I have in the past occasionally, but they never wave.
No, they just want you to go.
Yeah, like they don't care.
Yeah, they're like, pay attention to the road, not me, and drive through, please.
But I do feel weird because like I just drove by him and like, hey, hey, thanks, man.
So you feel like you should wave at them?
I have in the past, not always,
Okay.
and sometimes I give them money.
So I've never been wave at sign guy either. But now that I've been dealing with this same sign guy,
right,
you
see
kind
the
of
same
know
guy
him.
every day.
well, I've noticed, right? Like I've seen other people drive through ahead of me and they wave, and he like perks up. He like gets excited when people wave at him.
All right.
So now I feel obligated to wave, and we make eye contact every time. And I've probably driven by this guy like 40 times to the point where I think sign guy would like. I'm waiting for a moment in Wegmans where like some guy taps me and says, "Hey, Greyhound to Pilot."
All right.
East River Road.
Oh,
And we're buddies now.
Yeah.
Like we're buddies with the sign guy.
Okay.
By the way, those could be like kids waving to him ahead of you, not adults.
No, I see the driver waving. He even does like he doesn't just do the up hand, he does the finger swoosh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's got puts a little
a little English on it.
Yeah, there you go. Coming at you. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We may have been being inappropriate.
Why?
Well, we've been referring to person who holds a sign as sign guy, sign man.
Big burly men holding sign.
But it turns out it's not just guys doing the sign job.
Really, who you got?
You got sign gals too.
A little sign and Sally.
Jody's on CMF. Hey, Jody, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Good. What do you got for us?
Well, I'm going to date myself here, but I had a job. It was a college summer job as a flag girl in Onondaga County, Syracuse.
Wait, is this Rhodey Jody?
Pretty much.
You were famous, man. Used to flash the boys.
Dear God.
That's what they all said. Dear God. Good No.
So I will say that someone called in about the state job. The county job was different. The flag person or flag girl in my case was like minimum wage, but it was like 6 to 2, so it was perfect for the summer.
Okay.
But that's all I want to say.
Was it miserable also? Like everyone else said it was miserable.
Yeah, so when it was hot, and obviously it's hot in the summertime, it was in the county roads, and you'd be out there for hours in the heat wearing jeans and tank top and a hard hat. And
fresh out of college.
Yeah.
Well, Jody was so famous that James Taylor wrote that song about her.
Oh, yeah, what was it?
Well, I'm a sign lady, baby. I'm going to show my boobs to all of you. Jody, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your service,
Hey,
Roadie
have a
Jody.
good one.
Jody is sorry she called in now.
Aren't they all?
Well, yeah, that's why women rarely call the show.
Yeah, because your show sucks.
Well, I did do the boob joke, so I guess we're both.
Yeah,
You're both guilty.
I mean, like, I'm going to be honest with you,
What's
man.
that?
I know that everyone calling says the job sucks.
It
And
looks miserable.
I understand why. But no, like, watching this guy on East River Road who's holding the sign do his job, he looks happy.
But that's the sign of a true pro. He makes it look easy.
But he makes me happy when I see him happy. And
Right.
I know that sounds stupid, but like
So you want your sign guy to smile and look like he's enjoying his job, Pat?
I never noticed it until this sign guy. Like, he brightens my day when I drive by him and he does the English with the fingers and the big, like, he's having a grand old time.
That's a talent, man.
It is, yeah.
To be that hot and miserable and still put a smile on somebody else's face.
Look, if you are on your way to that road crew on East River Road today, and you know which sign guy I'm talking about, young guy, black guy, holding the sign going back and forth, you tell that guy he's doing a great job.
Well, no, just keep going. Don't
No,
stop
no,
and
no,
tell
no,
him
no,
anything.
Don't bother him.
I'm
Yes.
not saying if you're driving. I'm saying if you work with him. If you work with that
Okay,
guy,
all right.
you go, listen, you're doing a great job holding that sign, and there's going to be a gray Honda Pilot driving through 5 times over there, and that guy respects what you do. I respect what he does. Unless we can get Roadie Jody out there, in which case we'll take her.
Okay.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
Bro, this story keeps getting worse and worse.
What happened?
And look, I know these people are professionals, but it does have to be sinking in how bad the situation is right now. And it's got to be scary to know that one of the most powerful governments on the planet, we have the best space program,
Oh, yeah, we do.
doesn't know how to get you home.
Yeah.
It's a movie.
We've done it many times in the past.
Not like this, buddy. And it turns out they're going to be up there a lot longer than we even thought worst case scenario. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tom, we've all had a job where you end up getting stuck working overtime, not knowing when you left that day.
Yeah.
Right? Like, for example, 2 weeks ago, we got stuck on the air for 5.5 hours, right? Because of the whole Microsoft thing, right? And it can be miserable because, God, you don't know when you're getting home.
Mm-hmm.
It can last 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 hours.
Yeah.
7 months.
7 months.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So last week, we told you about the stranded astronaut story that is currently happening on the International Space Station. Back on June 6th, this 2-person crew, a man and a woman, arrived at the International Space Station on a brand new Boeing Starliner ship.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be there for, I believe, 2 weeks.
They were just dropping something off,
Yes.
basically. They were just delivering parts, basically.
And they were going to hang out for a little while, have a little party, and then they were going to go home. Well, something went wrong with the Boeing Starliner where it can't leave.
Yeah.
Now is it can't leave.
Yes. So they're stuck.
And they have been stuck from June 6th. We are now at August 8th. So 2 months and 2 days. And the question has been, how are the pair going to get home?
Right.
SpaceX stepped up. That's the company owned by Elon Musk.
Right, which is different than Boeing, who's stuck up there. Okay.
Yes, but Boeing made the ship that was used by NASA to get them there.
Yeah.
So SpaceX said on August 18th, they believe they could go up with a ship, get them, and bring them home. And that was the plan, that on August 18th, the pair would be able to get into that ship and come back to Earth. Something happened yesterday where that has been pushed back until late September. And even then, they don't think it's going to work. So now it is being estimated that the pair will be stuck in the International Space Station until February of 2025.
So next year.
Oh.
Next
So
year.
are they going to have to go up there and fix that plane that's stuck there?
Yeah, like how
and
they-
then get it off? Because how do you get off if that thing is sitting there?
So NASA believes that they can fly the ship home without astronauts.
Okay.
That they said this. They also believe.
Hey, why didn't you do that in the first place? And then the people could have just walked inside, picked up the box, and then you could have flown it home. Why did you have to put 2 asses in those seats?
Are you talking about Space Amazon?
Yeah.
Space
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if Amazon showed up at your house.
Yeah.
They dropped something off, and then they stayed there for a half a year. Till Amazon sent another truck to come get them.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
The Amazon guy is sleeping on your couch.
By the way, NASA is not being very forward with what's going on here.
I guess because they look like they don't know what they're doing.
But they said that there's nothing, the ship could get them home safely, but they're not saying why they're not sending them
so
home.
they're not totally sure.
I don't, that's what it seems
Okay, I'm worried like because you only have food and stuff for so many people up there.
Well, I'm sure you can keep just shooting
Yeah,
stuff up there.
right.
Why? Then how? No, you can't.
Why?
Well, yeah, you just add 2
Because there
more-
are people that are up there.
But you-
So
all the
how are
time,
they
right?
so are they delivering food to them?
Yeah.
Then why can't I ride back with that guy?
Well, because it's not on I'm guessing it's not on like a traditional space.
Hey, I'll
shuttle.
wear a scuba suit if I have to. I'll sit on the air
It's
tanks
probably
in the
like
back.
a
I wanna go home.
smaller. I would imagine it's got to, if they're going to deliver that kind of stuff, it's on a smaller vessel.
And there's not like a Honda Pilot of spaceships where you can fold the back seats up
I
and
don't
put 'em
know,
in.
but they got a little mini ship.
It would be actually funnier if they kept sending food and then that spaceship didn't work, so you're just
Yeah.
adding 2 people every time.
Yeah, you got this flotilla of losers up there.
Losers are astronauts.
No.
How dare you? So can I ask a question? Serious question.
Yeah.
How do astronauts get paid? Do they get paid the same salary in space than they do on Earth? Because I would guess you would probably get paid more with the risk you're taking.
Oh, you get a space bump for sure. In
I
your
would
check.
hope that this overtime you're putting in, you're getting paid for.
So you're getting space time,
Yeah,
right?
I would
I would think you're getting a nice whack.
Well, no, I mean they could
Like
be
you probably had plans within the next year that you're going to miss out on because you're stuck in space.
Well, like NASA is a branch of the military. Fun fact. Okay, so like, do you get paid more when you're deployed as a military member as opposed to being at home?
I would think
With the-
because those
but-
guys get more money
Again-
to be in combat.
Again, no, do they? Do you-
Yes,
Okay, I didn't.
you get combat pay.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
You have family in Arlington. What is with you today? You couldn't say steamroller,
Oh,
even though your
I'm
favorite
sorry.
artist has a tune.
I'm sorry.
You just went to Arlington
You're
to
right.
see your grandfather.
You're right. When I
you don't
was-
think he got an extra whack for being a combat pilot?
When I was 8 when he died, I remember that conversation we had in his trailer where I looked
What'd
at
he
him and
say?
I said, "Grandpa, me
Yeah,
being
what do you want?
7 wants to know what your additional pay for being in combat was."
And I know what he said.
What's that?
Why are you so fat?
Why is he
my,
Italian?
my age, we weren't that fat.
Why
How much
is-
sugar's your mother giving you?
He was the one giving me cream soda.
Man, cream soda's pretty good.
252 WCMF. All right, so then maybe this is a blessing in disguise if you're
I
getting
don't
paid
know,
extra?
man. I don't know, man. Because I would be if you're stuck up there. The fear of like something going wrong, or if they can't get me out of here, what if I die here? What if I get some kind of like illness and they
that's
can't?
true.
yeah, good
I
point.
didn't think about that.
Well, what are you going to get, though? What are you going to catch in space?
Space cooties.
I mean, like everyone else there, you would be the one that would bring the illness, if anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, short of your appendix exploding.
How about this? The crapper backs up. Because all of a sudden everybody's taking a dump up there, and what is she? Because there's
Do
a
they
man
just
and a
shoot
woman.
that out into space? Like, how does that work?
No, what did it say? It's broke.
No, I don't think they have a toilet, do they?
I wouldn't think so.
No, it's like
got to
an
happen
eject.
a different
They
way.
have to have something where they eject
I
the
thought you
sewage
dumped
out.
in a bag and then you, like, shot it out.
But let's say that's broke.
Is there a space toilet?
Hold
Yeah,
on.
there is. There's a space, John, and let's say the missus there put a couple of tampons down there, a couple of space rags, and now we're screwed.
Wait, they have tampons in space?
They have
Tampons in space!
Yeah, they have space rags.
All right, going back to the conversation we had before you started being stupid. Like, I guess, like, the only thing that could, like, disastrously happen to you while you're up there is, like, like I said, your appendix would explode.
Mm-hmm.
But, fun fact, do you know if you go to Antarctica, there are places where if you go, you have to have your appendix removed even if you're healthy because there is no hospital?
Oh.
Like,
just
Well,
in
you got to
case.
get all the stuff out of you beforehand.
no, seriously. Do you have to have your appendix removed to go to space?
That's a great
Maybe.
question.
After what? We got information over here,
Okay,
Jimmy.
so you were wondering how to go to the bathroom?
Is there a
Space?
dumper in the skyline?
They use specially designed vacuum toilets.
Wash your
The
balls.
toilets have features. The toilets have features like
balls in space.
Well, you don't want them in space. They're not attached anymore. You were saying, Kevin?
they have features like suction handholds and footholds, so you can kind of hold yourself in place.
What is it, a fighting chair? I'm pulling on a marlin off the back of a Hemingway's boat.
Okay, that's a question.
Handrails and foot pedals.
Always get me down. Can I ask you a question?
What?
All right, let's say, Tommy, you know that the toilet has the suction capacity,
Yeah.
right? And, the
Been
door
up there a
locks.
while, bro.
Like, yeah, it was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Would you risk?
Oh, you sucking.
No, but I'm saying you don't know. I mean, what,
You don't know what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
I'm going to take that risk. I'm doing me some space sucking.
no, but if something goes wrong, you're up. There's no way to get home.
I'm bored.
Bro, you could rip your dong off.
Okay, I'll run that risk.
No, you're not going to run that risk. Kimmy, can you Google if you... I'm sorry, you were going to say something
No,
else?
go ahead.
Can you Google if you need to have your appendix out to go to space? Thank you.
And you think about this, like, is there a shower in that thing?
Yeah, of course.
But like, because it's not, you weren't expecting these two people.
Yeah.
So now you've got, and it's not really, is it built for this many people, or is it now really like we're jammed up here?
So I thought the International Space Station was like more vast than you think it is. Like maybe there's
Don't
like
look like it when they show it to you.
Maybe
Everybody's
there's
like right next to each other.
there could be like a guest room that we don't know about. It's got like doilies like at your grandma's house
So it's got a guest bathroom, like a half bath,
with the half suck.
and a breakfast nook.
Kimmy, what do we got about appendix I?
So NASA policy is for astronauts to have their wisdom teeth and appendix removed before traveling into space. Acute appendicitis can occur during deep space missions and may require surgery.
Damn.
So there you go. So if they have their wisdom teeth out and their appendix out, I mean, nothing, knock on wood, can like could physically
You
go
could have
wrong.
a heart attack. You could have a million other things with.
Can
go
you have
wrong.
a heart attack in space?
Why couldn't you?
I don't know. Does less gravity mean less chance of a heart attack? Is there less stress on the body?
Bro, you're an astronaut. The amount of stress that's on your body, taking off, all that crap.
Oh, good point. But wouldn't you have the heart attack in the ship?
Maybe it's a little delayed. Some people get heart attacks at different times.
Yeah, but I mean, these people are also some of the most physically fit people on the planet. All the tests. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
I will say this:
What?
the new astronauts,
What? The
Do you
new
hear me,
astronauts?
Ralph? Are you
the
kidding
new
me?
astronauts, they ain't John Glenn.
How do you know?
You see him on TV.
Yeah, but they're always in the spacesuits.
They're
John
Air Force
Glenn was-
pilots.
John Glenn was physically fit. No, they're not all fighter pilots now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How you know?
I don't.
Can
I'd
you Google-
imagine they have to pass plenty of physical.
Oh, they do, but they do.
tests.
But it ain't your daddy's Skylab.
Man with boobs is questioning the physical fitness of astronauts. By the way, I've seen pictures of these people. They're physically fit.
They're fine. They're
They're
fine.
ripped,
They're
bro.
fine.
They're not ripped.
That one dude was on the cover of Sexy Astronaut magazine last week.
And I bet you get it.
We learned how his appendix came out. Page 4.
So let's say, So let's say we're up there, and we got to sleep and everything
Like
else.
you and me?
No, just whatever. Yeah, maybe me, you, give me whatever. The one guy, big snorer, can't all night.
Ooh.
That would drive you nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess there are a lot of jobs where you may have to deal with that.
Yeah,
That would drive you nuts.
Well, no, but she's right. Like if you're on a submarine, a battleship, all those things. Excuse me, you think you would have to deal
anytime
with
you're sharing a room.
It would be brutal, though.
I know, but maybe you get used to it.
Well, let's say, you know, one of the less physically fit astronauts is ripping ass all night.
How would you have gas in space?
You have a digestive system. What do you
Again,
think? What do you think? Your body takes a night off
The
because you're in
body
space?
reacts differently with
Somewhat.
different gravity.
Somewhat.
I love how you're gonna sit here.
You
just-
load it up
Okay.
on space burritos.
Oh, man, hold on.
You've been grilling hot pockets in the goddamn microwave all weekend, and now you're ripping hot pocket thoughts in space.
Hot pocket files.
And for some reason, we're in Boston.
With
I
my
just-
Italian Irish grandfather. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The gases and farts are flammable in
Oh, God.
space, so it can be an issue.
They have to have them removed before they leave. They remove all your farts.
All your wisdom ass.
Yeah.
The lack of gravity, though, does make passing gas more difficult.
Yeah, but you still pass
No,
it.
but that's what I literally just said that to your face. You called me an idiot. Kimmy read you a fact.
But you still have gas.
Yeah, I guess like your fart gases have nowhere to go, so it just kind of accumulates.
Yeah,
in
that
there.
makes sense.
God, that sounds painful
know.
as crap.
No, I'm saying in
Literally.
the capsule. Yeah.
Oh, so they just stay there.
I
and
guess.
they linger.
But
There's no
I
ash-
don't think you can smell in space either.
Yes, you. What is with you in space, man?
What do you mean? I've been right. I've been nailing all
So you
of
think
these.
your senses go
I
away?
hit
I
the-
hear you can't see in space.
I
We're
hit
here.
the appendix.
You're Helen Keller in
Okay,
space.
he's right. You can't smell anything in space because it's an airless vacuum.
Wait a minute. If I'm eating a BLT, you can't smell it?
No, I guess not. Oh well, no, that would be if you're actually outside
in
of the
space, not
yeah,
in the
yeah,
You'd also
yeah.
be dead
Okay.
because you don't have a helmet on. You should have put the helmet on, but you went
don't die,
spacewalking.
You don't die immediately if you have a helmet off in space.
Yes, you do.
Kimmy, get him again. How
You
many
got
times
no
do I have
air.
to be right? How many times do I have? Yeah. Hey, hold your breath, idiot.
No, you blow up.
Hold your. No, you don't.
Bro, you got like 10 seconds.
You can go, I believe, 2 minutes without a helmet.
But that's not a long
But
time,
you can
man.
get out there, smell, and get back in. You won't
Okay,
immediately.
no, you wouldn't die immediately if you took off your helmet in space.
For how long?
But you would lose consciousness within 10 to 15 seconds due to lack of
Oh,
oxygen.
so you pass out anyway, then you
Then
die.
they bring you back in.
What if they don't?
Well, then you die.
What if I'm waiting for my hot pot because I don't even hear you banging on the goddamn hatch?
While you're unconscious?
Yeah.
Let's take a break. You know, this seems like one of those things. Now, we are not these kind of people, but this seems like one of those vacations that is always relaxed, at least when you get there.
Oh, it's chill.
Well, look, man, if you travel to another city, trying to get to a hotel,
Yeah.
picking things to do, that can be stressful, right? If you're on a romantic bed and breakfast thing like we were talking about, but that can get stressful. This, though, it's just chill.
Okay.
Not for these two guys, but for most people.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. with a fist fight story, in your head you already have the characters, their ages, the setting where the fight
Yeah,
went
sure.
down, right? And in this story, I'll tell you right now, you're already wrong about all of them.
Oh.
The ages and the setting in this fight may open us up to problems of a world we know nothing about and show, no matter where you're staying, neighbors can always be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. The story comes to us from Penn Yan.
Oh, well, it's about that time of the year. Should be heating up.
Well, it's got Penn Yan written all over it.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff's deputies were called after an incident between two men, Tommy.
What were they doing?
They were fighting.
Bare knuckling?
Mm-hmm. Now, Tommy, real quick, based on most fight stories we've seen, give me an age and location of these two men that you think were fist fighting.
I think like young guys.
Okay.
You know,
And-
like low 20s.
Okay.
Probably a little too much drinking, maybe a woman involved.
Okay, so you're thinking maybe outside of a bar or something.
Yeah. But yeah, midnight bar parking lot.
Okay. Please say a 45
45?
and 56.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
You're
The
old-
senior
Didn't
league?
see that coming.
Please say they engaged in what they quote an unwanted physical contact.
Okay.
And please say the two men were fighting near a camper.
Okay.
Oh.
Old man camping fight.
So this was like vacation camping?
So this is the only information we have, but it says the fight happened outside of a camper between a 45 and a 56-year-old man. Now, no one in this room is the RV camper type,
No.
right? We don't go out and we don't park our campers on a nice relaxing weekend. But I was under the assumption that folks who do that for fun,
Yeah.
all of them are laid back
Oh, yeah.
and cool people,
Like anybody I know that does it is an extremely chilled person.
right?
Because you'd almost have to be to just hang out.
Yeah, you went there to relax,
Yeah.
and there's really nothing that can happen while you're there that's going to set off someone that enjoys camping for the weekend. Was that the wrong assumption?
No, I think you're right.
Okay, but
It's a resort. It's leisure.
okay, but we don't know anything about it. We're both saying that, so it's possible we're wrong.
But we know people
Yeah.
that do this.
Yeah, but we've never seen.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, do people like their independence while camping, or is it like a community thing where you kind of befriend all the other campers? You know what I mean? Because if you're somebody that just kind of wants to keep to yourself and somebody's being obnoxious and ruining your time, I don't know.
She's right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Is there more camper friction than we thought? And I guess we could break it down.
I never see like that Yogi Berra with his fists up.
What are you talking about? He was fighting the park ranger all the time.
That's true.
And then he brought in his tinier bear. What was that bear? Yogi and Boo Boo.
But yes, Boo Boo.
Hey, Boo Boo. I guess we could break it down based on the type of camper that exists.
All right.
And these men's ages could help us with that. A 56-year-old man, we can assume, is going out camping to get away from the chaos of his life. Like Kimmy said, he wants peace, he wants quiet, he wants away from the hustle and bustle. He wants to grill maybe, enjoy nature, and take a load off.
Yeah.
45 is not that far away from 56, the
No,
other
it's
man in the
not.
story.
You're going into middle age.
But you're also right on the edge of potential party life. Someone that wants to blast some music,
Yeah.
do some shots of Fireball, invite a bunch of people out, get after it, and whoop it up.
Well, I will say camping people and boating people have one thing in common. They all drink.
Okay.
Because, I mean, you're bored. And now you start drinking.
Yeah.
So I would assume alcohol plays into some of these problems.
Okay, that makes sense.
Boredom and alcohol. And then you're like running your mouth. You're saying the wrong thing. You ran out of things to say, and then you say the wrong thing. And next thing you know, we fighting, son. Let me tell you something. There's 10 badasses in this campground. 9 of them sent me birthday cards, which is hard to deliver at a campground because we're going to be leaving in 2 weeks.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Not our world,
No,
but this may be Jim's world.
the resort world.
Yeah. Jim's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good. We've got friends. We've gone with them several times to one of these campsites. And honestly, if you're going to relax, you're going to the wrong place because you never know what your neighbors are going to be. And you're exactly right. A 45-year-old, he's right on the cusp of, it's my vacation. I'm letting it all hang out, and I'm going to drink till dawn,
So
type of thing.
So there's a lot of tension at these places?
There can be, but like I said, if you're going, strictly to just hear birds chirping and, just relax, you're in the wrong place because there's kids, there's people having fun. It's just, if you're that uptight, go find some place it's just you and your camper, not a general campsite.
All right, so Jim, you haven't gone camping yourself. You said you went and hung out with friends of yours?
we hang out with friends. We actually do the real camping. We do tent, out.
Ooh, no, but
by
I'm better than
ourselves.
those people.
Man camping.
No, it's
Bear eating.
we do a different type of camping. That's all, Pat.
And what sucks is it's even harder to deliver a birthday card to a tent.
It's very, very hard.
Jim, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There is a tendency, and I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. There is a tendency, as we talk about this fight again between a 46-year-old man and a 56-year-old man in Penn outside of a camper. That's all the information we have. But we assume it's in a campsite, right, out in Penn. There is a tendency when you spend a bunch of money on something to believe that it should always go the way you want it to go.
Yeah, because you want to control the situation.
Yeah. Campers are expensive. RVs are expensive. I mean, if you drop tens of thousands of dollars and somebody ruins that time you're having with it, right? You also see this play out with boaters, like you brought up a second ago. I mean, forget the fact that it's the same people that have the same problem with the same attitude. Like, they paid for their stuff. They don't feel like they should be told to stop what they're doing. And when you combine those two things, I guess there's bound to be fireworks.
Everybody has a different idea of how it should look or how it should go, how you should handle that situation. Some people are, quiet boaters. Some people just like a nice, some people are out there to fish and do other activities, and then there are just people that want to be out there drinking and being obnoxious.
Do you think
it's a time for a party?
Kimmy, do you think guy who owns RV or camper is more likely to engage in fisticuffs than the average person? Like, I mean, I want you to imagine in your head the person you think owns a camper or an RV.
Yeah. I guess it depends. Like, if you're with your family, I'm guessing you're going to be a little bit more
reserved.
Yeah, reserved, and just like you probably won't even notice noise and people being obnoxious because you got your own stuff going on. You're worried about your own setup. But if you're looking for a quieter setting, or maybe it's just you or you and your significant other, yeah, I could see tensions rising really fast when that loud family shows up, or somebody's there that you feel like isn't a regular camper.
And it always happens. Think of every vacation you've ever taken. I don't care what you're doing. There's always going to be that element you didn't think of that's going to suck. And I can remember my wife, we went, hung out at the beach down in Florida. And she was dying to get this one special spot on the beach with this chair.
Okay.
And she scored it. And man, was she happy.
Awesome.
And then this couple came by. They chain smoked. They were from someplace in Europe. So I got Olga and Stanka. They got their techno Euro trash music going, and then her top comes off.
Your wife's or the woman's?
The woman's. And they were the nastiest set I've ever seen of Euro tatas. And they stayed all day long. So she got her spot, but we had to have Euro tatas, and they danced too. That was it. They got up and danced in the sand.
They were having a great time.
That sounds like they were having more fun than you were.
They were, but they were just gross. Like, right here, where's that shark that comes up under the water and attacks somebody?
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about these two men, 46, 52 years old, accused of getting in a fight outside a camper in Penn Yan. And we always thought that folks that went camping were the chill type.
Yeah.
Based on the calls we've been getting.
And it looks like that on those commercials.
Like
right?
people, violating the unwritten rules of camping, which I don't know what those are, but there must be some.
Oh, there's camping rules and regulations.
Well, let's talk to a man who seems like he is a camper.
Oh.
Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Oh, that shark deer comes up on the sand and eats your bad Euro tatas. Boy, I'm bombing this morning.
Hey, good start, though. Good start.
Yeah. Listen, I actually know what happened here. The 56-year-old guy says, there's no way you need another brewery. I heard on the break room that there's one brewery for every 10,000 people. What we need is another pickleball court. And the younger guy says, pickleball? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. And then they started throwing punches at each other, and they knocked themselves out.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Now, Jeremy, I haven't talked to you before when I was bitching about having to go hiking at Corbett's Glen a couple years ago. You had called up and said that you used to take your kids on hikes like that and camping because it was an affordable thing. Jeremy, have you witnessed stuff like this when you took the family out camping?
No, because I don't drink, and I stay away from people who do, because it makes my life infinitely easier.
Okay. So Jeremy's no fun.
We'll never meet.
Well, obviously, you've talked to me for how many years? It took you this long to figure out I'm no fun? I'm the worst guy on earth to hang around with. That's why I have no friends. Bye, dicks.
Jeremy, ladies and gentlemen.
Cheering you up on a Thursday.
You know, the folks who get it the worst in these situations with, like, the camping, it's not either of these guys because they made the decision on their own to get in this confrontation.
Right.
It's the folks that are parked or camped around them.
Yeah.
Because now
The
there's
collaterals.
Yes, there's tension you had nothing to do with. You're now on edge based on what could happen.
yeah.
And you're getting a front row seat to this.
You don't know when it's time to get involved, potentially.
You don't.
Yeah.
And
Or
even
when
if-
we're packing up and leaving.
But even if you don't get involved, it could get super dangerous,
Yeah.
right? You
Right.
don't know who has what in their camper,
Yeah.
how far this is going to go, right?
I'm
mean,
disconnected and leaving.
But I mean, if you have your kids out, I mean, think about the money you spend on food and supplies, the time it takes to pack up and then unload the camper, the dedication to keeping your camper nice, pumping all the crap out, right? Like, that thing owns you. You can't just decide I'm unplugging and going home without ruining everybody's
It
weekend.
sounds so unfun.
I liked it in the Bills parking lot when I was a kid.
Yeah, but you weren't responsible for anything. And neither was your dad, unfortunately.
That's a good point.
No, he would hit other campers by accident and not tell anybody.
Wait, he sideswiped?
I never told you that story.
No. He's a cop.
Did you just pretend he didn't notice?
So we were. Every year in the preseason, this is back when they played 2 home preseason games every year. My dad, we would go on like Friday night or Saturday night, and it was a night game.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. So,
we
you make a weekend out of it.
Yeah, exactly. So we were staying. It was an afternoon game one day. We got there the night before, where we got a late start. So we pull in, and everybody's already asleep, and they back him into this spot, right? And they tell him just go there. They turn around. He's trying to back into the spot. He hits like one of the long rearview mirrors on the front of a school bus.
Oh my God!
Cracks it, right? Gets out. He's like, he's waiting for them to wake up and come out. They don't. He just pulled forward and nobody said anything.
And he just split.
He didn't split. He stayed put, but nobody said anything about
Really?
it. I mean, I don't remember anyone saying anything about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm little. Maybe he dealt with it the next day, but probably not. All right, let's take a
He's
break.
the king.
Speaking of your Buffalo Bills, did you see things got a little uncomfortable at camp yesterday after?
Wait, what happened?
Well, when I say uncomfortable,
Like a fight broke out?
No. It was a question that is a hard question to answer for the star of this Buffalo Bills team.
And I'm surprised he hasn't really been asked this before.
Well, I think.
I mean, he didn't see it coming.
Maybe he
like
thought
to prepare himself.
I think maybe he thought this had blown over by this point. Now, again, it's nothing offensive, and it's a fair question. But when somebody asks you about a partner you used to have, you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
Because if you're overpraising, that's going to hurt some people in your life.
Yeah.
If you are underpraising, that's going to cause problems with that other person. And there was no way Josh Allen could answer this question the right way. We'll play it for you next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Breakups are hard in the best circumstances.
Oh, yeah. It gets a little ugly.
All right, but here's the thing. When everyone outside of the relationship knew there was friction, it gets even worse. Because, Tommy, people are going to ask you about it.
Yeah.
And most of the time, no matter what you say, people are going to read deeply into what came out of your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something we witnessed with the Buffalo Bills this past offseason. It's something Josh Allen found out the hard way yesterday.
You would think he'd be prepared.
I don't know. I think he answered this question the best way he could.
Right.
I don't think there's a way you can answer this question.
Mm.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. That being said, it's been the first Bills camp without Stephon Diggs in a long time. And for the most part, both Stephon and his former running mate Josh Allen have been quiet on the subject of each other.
Yeah.
That changed yesterday. So we know that at some point things got messy behind the scenes. There are rumors that Stephon Diggs demanded a trade, but there is no concrete evidence.
Yeah.
There are rumors that before last season, Josh was sick and tired of the drama that Steph was bringing into the building, but there's no concrete evidence of that either. And after practice on Wednesday, Josh was finally asked directly to his face about Stephon Diggs. The question was, Tommy,
What's that?
do you miss Stephon Diggs?
Because they were buddies.
Best friends.
At least that's what was presented to the public.
Right.
So when asked, do you miss Stephon Diggs, this is how Josh Allen answered the question.
Steph's a great player, and what he brought to this team was special. So miss is I don't know if I'd say miss. He was a guy that was reliable. You can look to. He's going to have the juice each and every day. I'm sure he's bringing it over there in Houston. So definitely, you can't say that you don't miss that. But I am very happy with what we got going on here and how hard the guys have been working. And
He knew he screwed it up at the end because he went, yep.
That's all I got.
That's what I got.
He sounds like a husband when the wife goes, "Where's the pie?" I didn't touch the pie. It was maybe I had a piece of it, but I'm not really sure.
It's hard to say you didn't want the pie.
And I don't think I ate all the pie.
That answer he gave
is a nothing answer.
But it immediately became viral news around the NFL.
It's kind of like it's out of the Sean McDermott playbook. Because he said a lot without saying anything.
It also gives you more of an appreciation of how good Sean McDermott is about saying something without saying anything. But you can hear how uncomfortable Josh is when he gives that answer. And I don't blame the guy because anything he said, and he knew this, was going to set off a firestorm. Because, Tommy, if he goes, of course we miss Stephon Diggs, you're going to see the offense is doomed and Josh is upset with the front office for running Stephon Diggs out of town and Josh Allen has no concrete confidence in the wide receivers they signed. But if he goes, no, we don't miss them at all, Josh Allen takes shots at Stephon Diggs, says the team is better off without him, hates Stephon Diggs.
But he took the George Bush Jr. route of when they ask him a question, when they just give you the obvious first. China is a large country full of many Chinese people, and it has a vast network of Chinese people working in China. They just say nothing.
Well, you can hear. Could you give me the audio one more time? You can hear him. He starts off. You can hear the gears in his head working because normally he's really good with the media. And again, I think that's the only way he could have answered that question. I don't think he did anything wrong there, right?
Said we're focused on the future.
Yes.
But, you could tell, one, he's trying to come up with a good answer. Two, when he said I wouldn't say miss, he knew he screwed it up because he had to back it off. Here, go ahead, play it again.
Steph's a great player, and what he brought to this team was special. So miss is I don't know if I'd say miss. He was a guy that was reliable. You can look to. He's going to have the juice each and every day. I'm sure he's bringing it over there in Houston. So definitely, you can't say that you don't miss that. But I am very happy with what we got going on here and how hard the guys have been working. And
Steph Diggs is a runner, and now he is in Texas, and now there are many Diggses in Texas.
When you go through a breakup, it is impossible to say the right thing to anyone afterwards. Because what we're witnessing here between Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, it was essentially a breakup, right? They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated for Kids' Best Friends issue.
They were the faces of the offense.
And they were buddy ball.
Few years.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And when someone special leaves your life, and you get asked about it, it's impossible to say the right thing. Because if you say nice things about that partner that was in your life and you miss them, you sound kind of pathetic. If you say mean things, well, you become the dick of the pair, and people are no longer going to wonder why the relationship didn't work out. It was your fault. You also have to worry about the collateral damage of how it can affect the people around you.
Sure, you've got to watch your mouth.
Yeah.
Well, look.
That's why I never say anything bad about any ex. I'm always very cordial and uplifting. It comes from a place of love.
Totally. And if you have kids, that could factor in how you speak about your ex. You're the mother or father of your children.
100%. I mean, look, in this case, right, I'm sure there are still players on the Bills who are close with Steph.
Yeah.
And if you say dick things about Stephon Diggs or, like, take a little dig at him, what are they going to think? You say something nasty about an ex, Kimmy, you're right. Like it
gets back to him.
Yes,
still.
exactly. Yeah. And if there are collateral damage with friends or kids or in-laws that you like to hang out with or want to keep a relationship with, it's over. And I think the most important thing to think about in a situation like this, not only with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, but like breaking up, whether it's a divorce or a long-term relationship, the person that comes afterwards. Because there are folks, Tommy, listening in relationships after a divorce.
Yeah.
And you are happy. And the person you are with now is happy with you. But again, if there are kids, that ex is around forever. Josh has new wide receivers. Right. But he is going to be linked with Stephon Diggs forever.
Oh, sure.
Because of the success they had.
Right.
If he is too complimentary of the person that used to be there, that new person you're close with, he's not going to be happy about it. If Josh at the press conference yesterday does the classy thing and talks about all that Steph meant to his team and replacing him is impossible, there is no way that Curtis Samuel or Keon Coleman are going to be like, oh, all right, let's go play football today. Like, wide receivers are the most dramatic head cases you'll ever meet in your life.
Very sensitive.
Very super sensitive. I mean, we could list wide receivers to the end of the show that had drama because they felt they were disrespected. Do you want to do that to the new guys coming into the room?
No.
So what are you supposed to do here?
Thanks, Stephon.
Well, and I don't blame the reporter for asking the question, too, because I would also like some insight as to what the relationship was. It feels like it's going to either be after they retire, one of them retires where it's going to open up, or it's going to take someone else that you can trust to break down what happened between them.
But can't you do like that semi-a-hole thing saying like, well, these new guys got to step up. Big shoes to fill, and we're looking for that guy. Can you say it that way? But this guy was so good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that may motivate some people. That may also turn a lot of your guys off. Like he doesn't believe in me.
Maybe Josh doesn't feel like these new guys need to step up.
Go back to the hick towns that spawned you. Sell ice cream cones. But here we're playing football, boys.
Josh Allen said earlier this week that the offense has come together.
All right.
He believes that they're good to go.
But they always say that. Even if they suck, they have to say, things
no,
are starting to gel at the right time.
there are some guys that wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't.
But I mean, like the voices of the team have to say that, not the side
No, they don't. I mean, think of all the dick quarterbacks out there that had no problem calling guys out.
Ben Roethlisberger, Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, like there was a whole era of quarterbacks that would tell it like it is, and it created tension a lot of the time.
But those guys both won Super Bowls. The two guys you just
you're
mentioned.
Right. Some of them went on to have a lot of success. Yeah. But I would say I don't think Josh at this point doesn't seem like he's gonna be that guy. He seems like he's a guy that wants to keep the peace.
Mahomes isn't that guy. Tom Brady wasn't that guy.
But Mahomes doesn't have to be.
Well, okay, but
like when you get all the trophies, you can be whatever you want.
I love guys like you.
Mahomes is a dick.
What's that?
Isn't Mahomes a
dick
to
his teammates?
No, he's not. Yeah, there's a lot I feel like he could have said about teammates that he currently has, teammates of the past, and he seems like to keep it pretty generic when talking about those guys.
I love guys like those guys, Roethlisberger and Aaron Rodgers. They won Super Bowls, but these other legends didn't. Well, they have talent, not like Ben Roethlisberger and Aaron Rodgers. One's got one arm, the other guy's blind. They had to be dicks to win. So shut up, you stupid ass bitch. Look, what sucks the most about this, and look, I'll be honest with you, man. You know I love all of this stuff. Like, I love the drama. I want to know what's going on behind closed doors. I think we're all guilty of it, right? This story is only going to increase as we get closer to this matchup between the Texans and the Bills. It's week 4, right? Is it week 4 that Buffalo goes to Houston? Could you look that up for me, Kim?
Oh, so they got it down to Texas.
Yeah, we go to Texas. Buffalo does. And as this story was happening yesterday, there was another story out of The Athletic that Stephon Diggs is happier than he's ever been in his career with Houston. That story was written before Josh made these comments. There's no way Josh saw the comments. There's no way that Stephon Diggs replied to Josh's comments with that. So Stephon Diggs is super happy over here, and Josh doesn't need him over here. I don't even care. We're going to see. I don't even care.
It's week 5. It's October 6th. Yeah.
So week 5, you have Stephon Diggs.
What a game.
Josh Allen. I mean, it is. You have super young potential superstar quarterback in C.J. Stroud in Houston. You got all that young talent on offense. Your ex-buddy, Stephon Diggs.
Right.
Josh
You're
Allen.
at his house.
Yes. I mean, I'm just thinking of like the still photos that exist of Josh and Stephon Diggs embracing each other.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs holding his helmet
I remember
after.
they would cuddle him. Like
Yeah.
it was almost like embarrassing.
So what you're referring to, I think that one that sticks out in everybody's head, after the Bills lost the AFC Championship game in Kansas City, Stephon Diggs stayed out there
Yeah.
to watch
Just
that.
watch it.
watch
Take
the
it all
confetti.
in.
So Sean McDermott comes out on his own, puts his arms around him. He's holding
Yeah.
him, and he's whispering in his ear something. Something we'll never know.
But that happened a couple of times where he had to literally like cradle his head.
Receivers, man.
Yeah. Very cradleable.
Cradleable. Cradle. Man, I could never be an NFL head coach.
No, I'm not cradling some grown-ass sweaty man.
Not because of the cradling.
And you got to practice that.
I'll cradle. I mean, look, I'll
They,
cradle
te-
you.
they teach you that, you know.
Oh, cradling?
In coaching school. Oh, yeah.
Coach is cradling?
Yeah.
And the coach in the cradle
Cradle
and
and
Stephon
Stephon
Diggs. No, I mean, like, I wouldn't have the ability to handle people that differently.
Their emotions.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm sure there's people that, like, McDermott's got to get underneath somebody's ass
Yeah.
every once in a
You
while.
got to know like what motivates each guy individually.
And there's 50-something of those guys on the roster. I couldn't do that.
No.
I wouldn't have the ability. Everybody shut up. We're doing it this way. I would like to read one comment that we got on Instagram. This comes in from Cole.
Cole, sir.
And it's Cole with a K. Diggs and Allen are both ass.
That's it?
That's what he says.
Diggs and Allen are both ass.
Both of them are ass.
Just ass.
Cole said that. They're ass.
Well, that does it.
Cole. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
Man, you just keep taking hardcore losses when it comes to tornado talk, buddy.
No, we got another one.
No, we didn't. And that's what makes what you said even dumber. Because
the stats are in.
You know, for a guy who pays attention to this stuff.
And I do.
Apparently
I am surprised you missed this information.
And there may be good. This is good news here because
Okay.
the fear has been from a lot of people. Kimmy, we even thought this that tornadoes are increasing over the last couple of years.
Felt like
in the Greater
there've been more.
Okay, it had, and there's a reason for that, but it may not be because there's actually more of them.
Oh.
We'll explain and make you look even dumber.
But don't make no sense.
Next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Like, you just keep taking losses. You just keep taking losses.
I'm looking at one.
And you keep running your stupid mouth when you could just say, I don't know. Or, hey, let's ask Kimmy.
No, but I studied this.
No, you didn't. Because you've been wrong about literally everything you've said from the moment you opened your mouth about this topic.
Like what?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app. Log on and listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000. It is national contest. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. So, fun fact.
Yeah.
This year, not surprising, in the state of New York, it's the most tornadoes we've ever had in one season.
Damn, Twister season.
24. And it's not even the end of the season.
Yeah.
Right? Which is weird, Kimmy. It's weird because I heard in the break room that tornadoes don't happen in the state of New York.
Yeah.
But they weak ass.
Weak ass tornadoes.
Especially,
It's
there's
just- there's-
I believe you said no F2 tornado
Yeah, 'cause
would ever touch down.
No
in the state of
F2
New York.
has ever touched down
Which
on the
week?
proud state, in the Empire State.
And you said if an F2 were to touch down, you would stand up and admit you were wrong. That's what you said the other day.
I thought I'd kiss somebody's ass, but go ahead.
Either
Okay, you can
way,
kiss my ass.
we immediately found out you were wrong.
So it turns out he was more wrong than we thought.
Yeah.
Because there have been 2 F2 tornadoes that have touched down in New York State in the past month. One of them that happened in Buffalo. In fact, that was the actual tornado you were saying wasn't bad, and that was an F2, and one outside of Syracuse was an F2.
Is that the one in Rome? Where's Rome?
Rome.
Yeah,
This-
that's
it's-
the one. Yeah.
Where's Rome? You live here.
Oh, look at him trying to take shots.
I don't know. I can point to it on a map.
Okay.
All roads do lead to it.
You should write that down.
But what is most interesting about this chart of years with the most tornadoes in New York State? Because you said, Tommy, there were never any tornadoes in the state of New York.
Well, they're not anything dangerous. Right.
Why? Everything you say. Everything you say.
Tommy. Why?
Kimmy.
Yeah.
It turns out there is no rhyme. You're not Kimmy. It turns out there's no rhyme or reason to the amount of tornadoes that we get in a year. For example, we know that there have been, 26 tornadoes, not 24, 26 tornadoes so far this year.
All right.
But the second most tornadoes we've ever had in a year was 1992 with 25. Then in 2011, in 1998, they're tied with 23. And then in 03 and 89, those 2 years are tied with 18. There is not an increase in tornadoes year by year by year leading up to this year. It turns out that we've always had, it seems, years with consistent amount of tornadoes that touch down
We
in New
were
York.
due for a big tornado year.
I guess, or maybe the weather is just like a perfect situation for these tornadoes to
Well, a
form.
lot of storms coming out of the west.
Says man who didn't know this information until about 60 seconds ago.
In 1989, 4 years before you got here, there were 18 tornadoes that touched down in New York State. In 1998, when you had lived here for 5 years, there were 23 tornadoes that touched down in New York State. And you said on this show into a microphone a couple of years ago, there's never been a tornado in the state of New York.
I never said never.
You said there has never been, and we don't get tornadoes in the state of New
We
York.
don't get tornado. We don't get hurricane. We don't get earthquake.
Do we have to talk about? We've gotten earthquakes.
Yeah, those have happened.
I mean, little.
Oh my God!
It's still an
Little
earthquake.
belly shaker.
If we ever get an F2 earthquake. So,
All right.
Kimmy, the reason it feels like there are more tornadoes today than there have ever been in New York State, for God's sakes, for God's sakes. Story on News 8 says that could be thanks to better technology.
Oh, they can spot them
So yeah, they can pinpoint them or
on your
make
Doppler. You got to get the Doppler.
It's not. No, they can
a
go
little
back
bit more
and
accurate.
They can go back and
readings.
investigate better. So the story says 20 years ago, the technology they had then wouldn't have been able to prove some of the storms that we recently had this year were definite tornadoes. Now we can. So it feels like, at least according to the data, we're not actually getting more tornadoes, which is good.
Yeah.
They've always been here. We just didn't know.
Oh.
Which I don't know if that's...
And I was using old data to base my theories that we weren't getting tornadoes.
No,
So
because the
technically,
old data showed that we had 23 in 1998, and you said we don't get tornadoes here. So shut up and stop talking about things you do not understand, like life, anything involving breathing and the things that happen while you're breathing. I mean, Kimmy, Does it make you feel better that we're not getting more tornadoes, or does it make you uncomfortable that we've always been getting tornadoes?
I mean, I guess it's not, if it's not new, then it's something we've been able to handle in the past, and we'll have to deal with at some point throughout the future.
We also have to keep in mind that there's way more coverage of this stuff now because
true.
everybody's
You
got
see it, yeah.
You got a camera in your pocket, right?
True.
Home
Storm
cameras.
It's not.
Catching it.
I'm a Western New York tornado chaser.
No, that's the point I'm making.
I usually have my days off.
Okay, but you're making a joke, but I bet you there are people out there that are chasing them around.
And they're lonely.
What I'm getting at is,
what are you getting at?
The reason we never saw these storms before is because you're right. There are no storm chasers in Rochester, New York, and you weren't going to pick up a camcorder and hold on to it waiting for a tornado to form. The one that happened in Buffalo where you saw the actual twister in downtown, that video was taken out of a building. Everybody's got a camera on it now, right?
True.
So now everything that happens, if it happens near people, you're going to get a video of it where I had never seen what a tornado in New York looks like before that video.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I mean, this talk
What?
unnecessary
Is it a
panic.
mouth tornado? What's that?
No, that was on your mom last night. Tore it up big time.
I heard it was an
state of emergency below the belt.
Heard it was an F-0. That's what I heard.
Wait, she broke down to you my night with your mom.
Shut up. Shut up.
He's
Shut
not
up. I
well.
hope you're having a stroke. That's what I hope is happening. I hope you're having a brain tornado. What were you saying?
Don't ask him.
All right, let's take a break.
Oh, God, my chest.
Good. Die. You feel that? You feel what's happening here?
No.
That's the kids going back to school soon.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Not like a month, right?
I love how you say go.
Go.
You've never dealt with a kid over
I
the summer.
deal with
You're
them
like,
all summer
Shut up.
with
Shut
these
up.
camps. And everybody's at the getting the ice cream coffee.
Everybody's
Jesus
getting
Christ.
the ice cream coffee. Tommy Muley, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
can't go down a canal.
If you're a parent that have kids home over the summer, the stress of having them around all the time is tough.
Sure.
The bigger stress can be the cost of entertaining them. And one story from the DNC yesterday kind of puts a pin in that because here's the thing. This place is actually one of the more affordable things to do in the summertime, and they do a great job of keeping their prices down.
All right.
But it all adds up.
Yeah.
And when you have a kid of a certain age at your house, they expect that every single day there is something for them to do that is going to cost you money.
Damn it.
We'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. You smell that?
Yeah, is that you?
That school's starting up again.
Oh.
And it cannot come soon enough for some parents in the greater Rochester area. The time you have to dedicate to the kids being home, that's one thing, Tommy. That's one thing. But paying to entertain them, that is the real backbreaker. And one story in the DNC yesterday really sends home what you can expect to spend versus what you can do when you don't spend.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got our good buddy Mike Danger coming up. Last day live from camp. Last day, I know. But that means season's right around the corner.
Okay.
I want to ask him about Josh's comments we talked about a little while ago. I also want to ask him, as we are moving out of camp here,
Yeah.
is there something he's taken away from this that's making him uncomfortable, that's making him a little bit nervous about the season? Because there was one man who was a potential cut/trade candidate, wouldn't be around, who is the starting player in his position right now.
All right.
And we'll get into it just after 9:30 with Mike Danger here in the break room on CMF. By the way, you can also log on to the contest page right now at WCMF.com.
What am I going to win?
Well, you got... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'll get to that in a second. What I got to tell you about right at the contest page. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Tedeschi Trucks Band at CMAC August 16th.
Ooh, big show.
That's courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Tommy, story in the DNC yesterday. How much does a typical day at Seabreeze cost?
Oh.
That's the headline.
Okay.
And the story goes into what you can expect to spend if you want to take your family out for a day of summer fun.
To get your fun on.
Yeah. Come get your summer, if you will. For example, a weekday adult admission to Seabreeze will hit you about $38 per person.
That doesn't sound bad.
Yes, it's not. And then all the cost of the food and the games inside the park.
Dippin' Dads.
To your point. By the way, it's been the ice cream of the future for like 50 years.
Yes.
Are we there yet?
I think we're almost there.
All things considered, compared to other entertainment places, Seabreeze is a great deal.
And very unique.
Yes.
A mom and pop amusement park.
100%. 100%. But even with that being said, for admission, lunch, and a handful of games, you're looking at a family of 4 spending $200 to $250 a day.
Okay.
Easy. That can be all well and good if you're going once a summer. But your kids, Tommy, they expect more. And Rochester has so many kids' things for them to do. You got the Strong Museum of Play, laser tag, trampoline parks, mini golf, batting cages, go-karts. You get what I'm saying here, right? If you wanted to, you could do 3 brand new things every week with your kids home from school and never repeat a damn thing. And most of those family things that your kids want to do are going to run the family anywhere between $150 and $200 a shot. So what do you shoot for in the summer as a parent? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. From June to September, with the kids at home, how many fun things can your kid or kids reasonably expect from you?
Well, what they can reasonably expect would be once a month.
So you think once a month is a fair shot?
Well, if you're telling me if a family of 4 is it's going to cost $250 to go to Seabreeze, then I'm guessing everything else is going to be pretty much on par with that.
I'm saying you're spending a minimum of $150. Like even something like mini golf, right? If you go play mini golf, that seems cheap, but they also have, go-karts at the mini golf, and they got an arcade.
Pizza and all
There's
that.
extra
Lunch and all that
costs
stuff.
involved.
And people, you're not getting out of there for under $150.
So there's no way you could do one of these a week.
Oh, obviously.
No, but the kid's going to expect that minimum,
no.
right? Hey, what are we doing this week?
Bro, your kid thinks you should be doing like 4 of these a week.
Right. And so let's say summer's 12 weeks?
Yep. 3 months. It's 3 months.
All right. There's no way.
So you say once a month, like a mini golf in June, a Seabreeze in July, a laser tag in August.
Seabreeze would be the crown jewel of the summer
Okay.
of stay-at-home activity. So pick where you want to land that.
I love him. I love guy without kids who's going to tell you, here's what we're going to do. You just look at your kid, you tell him this is what it's going to be.
I am guessing you're limited with free time to do those types of things if your kid's involved in any other activity.
That
Which
is
is
a
also
lifesaver.
costing your ass.
Right. It's not cheap. But I'm guessing there are a couple weeks out of the summer where your kid's at some type of camp or anything along those lines that's going to take up a lot of their weekdays and weekends where you may not even have time to go spend at Seabreeze or do all the fun stuff, the fun family stuff.
Here's what sucks about sports camp. They're usually out of there by 4 or 5 o'clock, right? So what are we doing tonight? We can stop on the way home. Let's get ice cream. There's mini golf right there. Batting cages over here. Like, no exaggeration. Your kid thinks you should be doing something fun for them every single day. And they want to be entertained every second of the day. And it gets brutal listening to these kids bitch, Tommy. Kimmy, it feels like this family kid fun stuff really started when you and I were young. Because, Tommy, your generation didn't have kid-specific entertainment.
No.
Right? Like, your parents got off so easy. Your mom especially.
Well, yeah, but he had cool stuff as a kid.
Yes.
New bike, boat.
I'm not saying he wasn't a spoiled-ass bitch.
Race car set.
But I'm saying
flat car set. My bad.
Kids that didn't spoil their kids. Yeah. There wasn't.
So the only activity like they could send me away to, like if we went to like some big amusement park somewhere or summer camp, and those amusement parks were not nearby.
So maybe once a summer you were going, maybe.
Yeah, right.
But you didn't have laser tag and.
So like when I moved to Florida, Disney wasn't built yet.
He's so old. He's older than Disney World.
So I can remember.
Tommy Muley, older than Disney World.
So I remember the two places we went to as a kid when we first moved to Florida, right? Mm-hmm. No Disney yet. I don't even know if it was even being talked about. Was Gatorland.
That makes sense.
And Monkey Island.
Monkey Island?
So Monkey Island, if I got the name right.
Full of porcupines. Very misleading.
Monkey Island was it was somewhere near Miami. And it was just monkeys in cages.
Wait, they weren't even running around like you could touch them?
No. They were just in cages. And the Gatorland thing was they would have these Seminole Indians would come out and these Miccosukee Indians, and they would wrestle them. So these guys would come out
and wrestle each other. Or they wrestle the Gators.
Maybe they do on the off season, but that was cool that you got to watch these guys get in these pits with these alligators and wrestle. I mean, it's obviously pretty cool. You can't do it no more.
Yeah, no kidding.
But
we're gonna watch a Native American wrestle an alligator for $5.
But I did have that.
That's a real thing you did.
Yes. You never knew this?
No.
Well, Gator wrestling was huge in Florida back in the day. For these things, that's what they were known for.
But like, how many times could you watch Gator wrestling after a while?
I mean, as a little kid, you could watch it endless.
Well, he was getting a weird boner, so he was watching for some reason.
I was gonna say, like, I would think that would wear off as a kid, though. Like, okay, you're gonna wrestle another gator.
I bet you if you YouTube it, it's still got to be there.
Probably, but what?
I don't want to watch
what's
that.
the point?
No, it's not cruel.
It's not cruel for a man to wrestle an alligator?
Well, it's going to be gross if the alligator wins.
That's what I mean.
Like, that alligator doesn't know what's happening. He's
No,
just
they
like,
don't.
Hey,
and they're only getting state wage. $17 an hour.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the story in the DNC yesterday. The headline, what does a typical day at Seabreeze cost? And like we said, Seabreeze is a very affordable family option, especially when you put it up against other theme parks in the area. It's very unique, like Tommy said. But even that, for a family of four, admission, food, a couple of games, is going to run you $200 to $250 a day. And everything you do that your kid wants to do in these days off, whether it's strong, laser tag, trampoline parks, mini golf, batting cages, go-karts, is going to run you a minimum of $150 for a family of four. So the question becomes, again, how much stuff can your kid legitimately expect you to spend money on in the summertime? So you said once a month. I think every 4 weeks is perfect. I think you're right. But even that, if you're spending $200 every 4 weeks, that's still $600 in local entertainment just for the summer.
Yeah, and that's just for that, not everything else they're doing.
Exactly. It doesn't count camps. It doesn't count an actual vacation if you go on one. When we got back from D.C., we went to D.C., the day after, my daughter's like, why haven't we gone to go-karts yet? The day after! we just got off a plane!
Yes.
Shut up! Shut up!
So what does it cost just to take your kids? Because I'm thinking like, there's things I say, hey, we're going out for ice cream tonight. We're going to run up to Abbott's. Like, what is Abbott's for 4 people?
So, like, now you're going to have every old man call the show.
The cost of ice cream's through the roof.
Oh, the cost of ice cream is through the roof. But, I mean, it's ice cream. It's a luxury.
It's a simple luxury.
Yes.
But even that's going to cost you.
But people have been bitching about the cost of ice cream since, like, I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I always thought that was a cheap option.
No.
I didn't know that was going to be a $40 to $60 outing.
Yeah, no, it's a minimum. But for my family, when we make the kids get small, so I'm getting out of there for like $30. But yeah, you could spend $40 to $60.
Yeah,
easy.
And I'm in my head, that would be for a family of 4. That's like $20.
Yeah,
and I ain't getting squat for $20.
You could get something for you and your wife for $20.
Yeah, and we ain't.
Well, you know what it is? The ice cream technology has gotten so crazy that I think it's costing more to produce the ice cream. You got how many? I got like 5 kinds of cookies in this Cookie Monster ice cream.
I don't want to know what that Pittsford Dairy charges for ice cream because that is such a cash cow on a summer night, any night. Yeah. There's no place to park.
Yeah,
and
I know.
The fatties are out the door.
For God's sakes, man. Everybody loves ice cream.
Hey, God bless the fatties. They're floating the whole ice cream industry right now. God bless them.
You know, as we're talking about doing stuff with your kids and what you're spending in the summertime, the cost that no parent ever thinks about.
Hey, what's the hidden?
The little friends that your kids want to bring along.
Well, that's what I was thinking because I was thinking back to some of those summer trips and like a lot of the times like I was tagging along with another family or vice versa. Like I would have a friend coming along.
And you got
when we were going to like Seabreeze or Darien Lake or wherever.
So you got to pay for that kid.
Well, that's the delicate dance. Like despite the fact that kid coming along that's not your kid has been a thing, Kimmy, for 40, 50 years in America, there still for some reason is not a standard protocol on if guest kid is expected to bring money from their mom and dad to cover it or if they're with us, it means I'm paying for them.
Because I would feel obligated to pay for side kid.
Yeah.
I feel weird taking like a 10 spot from a 10-year-old.
What are you getting with a 10 spot? A small fry?
I know.
Stupid.
I don't know.
Even if though as a parent like you cover the cost of the ticket to get in, I'm guessing you're still gonna be paying for the extra stuff. Like if a kid wants to play a game or, you know, if you bring the lunch but the kid still wants a snack, I don't think you're going to say no.
Well, but here's the problem. Like you're assuming that people have the luxury to do that. I mean,
you don't.
I mean, there are folks who are on budgets right now,
Right.
right? Legitimate budgets
Tight.
they can't break. So you may have to look your kid in the face. And here's what sucks. You cannot tell your kid your friend can't come because we can't afford it, because kids are bold enough to call up their friend and be like, you can't come because we can't afford it. And then that kid will tell their parents.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, their parents think you're poor. Kid shows up with $100 to go to Seabreeze. Now he's having more fun than your kids are because I said one game. It's a $2 game, not the $5 game. Not the $5 game. So I don't even know how to deal with that because I'm with you. Like, first of all, we try and discourage all friends coming to everything.
Yeah.
I want to have family time.
Yeah.
But if a kid does come, it's the most awkward when, yes, I'll cover you, but the kid also gets money from the parents because I know that money is not going back to mom and dad. And the parents are going to think that their kid paid for my stuff.
Yeah.
Right? I know that's not the case, so nobody's even gained ground here.
All right. So nobody wins,
Yeah,
really.
exactly.
Well, the kid wins.
Yeah. Their own large pizza.
Damn.
And what really gets you as a parent
What's that?
when you're spending money you weren't planning on spending in the summertime, because it always happens. The idea is, all right, spending this money sucks, but we are forming memories that are going to last a lifetime, right? Like that trip to Seabreeze or Darien Lake, those pictures are going to live on forever. All that silly stuff from the mini golf course. Right. And like, yes, I don't want to spend the money, but it's quality time I'll never have a chance to get back. And then you get there, and the kids want to have an argument about lunch. And there's a kid always asking for something
Well, make sure
more.
you capture all those moments, too.
And, like, the kids don't want to be around you.
Right.
Right? They want to go off and do their own damn thing.
It's not even a family thing.
So, like, you're in the car. And I fall for this every time. Every effing time. I'm like, oh, yeah, we're driving. You know, we're going to have a good family time. It'll be good family memories. And 15 minutes in, they did it to me again.
Yeah.
Damn it, they did it to me again.
And, like, my wife was big with the memories, like the family albums and all that. And she documented everything when my stepkids were coming up, you know, and even nobody looks at it. And even when she breaks it out, like she even forgets, oh, yeah, we did that. But like,
yeah, but that's part of like taking those pictures.
But like,
I mean, you're not going to look at it every day.
How about never? And like, if she didn't break out those books, those kids would have never looked at those photos. They just sit on a shelf. And it costs you mad bank to do this stuff.
What are you talking about? How dare she document her memories?
No, I understand it, but like in the future.
Why does that bother you?
It doesn't bother me. It's more for you. And it's more for you that you document this stuff on your phone.
Yeah.
And nobody's ever going to look at it. Like, you're not going to sit
but
there.
I would be sad, I guess, if my parents didn't have any memories of me as a kid. Like, I would never know what my childhood looked like if I didn't have those pictures.
I can,
scrawny. You look scrawny and you didn't dress well.
I can speak from experience. There are, like, no pictures of me as a kid.
Good.
Yeah, like, you don't have any.
No, that's good.
No, why?
The last thing you want to do is document that childhood.
Like, don't you like to see your parents as young people and like just the the way like it's just fun to look at like the fashion and the way things looked back then.
You dreaming? You ain't. When's
You're
the last
so
time? Okay.
weird.
So when's the last time you went to your parents' house and started looking through old photos?
I don't do it all the time, but every now and then when you find it, it's fun to look through.
You're high ass.
2 old man waves in 60 seconds.
Coming. You loaded up on edibles. You ain't looking at crap.
What are you talking
You're
about?
putting your feet in the pool, pouring yourself a goddamn glass of wine out of the refrigerator. You don't even ask.
We're talking about making memories with kids, and you go off on photo albums.
Here's why you're wrong about that, even with your take. Again, we're talking about the money you should be spending on kids' entertainment for your kids. I mean, we're a month away from going back to school. This kicks the story that kicks off this discussion, how much an average day at Seabreeze costs. So I've been having like a rough 2 weeks as far as like the memories go.
Wait, what
with
happened?
my family. All right, so I have like Google Photos that backs up your photos.
Oh, and they
right?
show you like old pictures.
Yeah, they'll send you here's today.
Memories.
For whatever reason, like the last 2 weeks, they've just been hammering me with pictures of me and my girls when they were like little, like 3 to 6 years old, when they were when they thought I was the greatest thing in the world, and I'm just getting day after day of like these like, oh, remember when we went here and we did these things, and like my 14-year-old now, when she's like 5 and she's got her arms around my big stupid neck and she's hanging off me and both the kids are kissing me on the cheek and they got these big smiles, and that's when I was the greatest thing in the world to those kids.
Yeah. Well, you should delete them, according to Tommy, because who needs those memories?
But here's what sucks.
What's that?
Is like, my oldest is 14.
Yeah.
Right? She just turned 14. She hates me.
Yeah.
She hates me.
Oh, 14's the prime.
Oh, yeah.
Dad sucks age.
My youngest is about to turn 12, and she loves me, but she thinks I'm stupid.
Right.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And like,
I think they're onto something.
I've been spending too much time with gross Uncle Tommy. Seeing these photos is like really making me miss those times.
Okay.
Right? Like it's like to the point where like I almost have tears in my eyes.
So let me ask you this. Then.
Yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't sound like it kind of bums you out.
It does. I don't know.
Like, so it doesn't really make you happy. It's bumming you out that you can't. That memory is that it's gone.
It's a combination of the two because I'm glad I have it and like I'll have a big
But it
smile
kinda
on my
bums
face.
you out.
But it does. Yes. And yes, it does. You're gonna go third
You
old
were
man way.
No. I'm out.
He's saving it.
I'm saving it. Banking that one for tomorrow.
Like, Kimmy, you ever think about that? Your dad does those photos with you when you were a baby.
Yeah.
Those photos will come out, and he will get teary-eyed that you say all the mean things you do about him on the air.
Probably.
I don't know, man. Like, I see my girls growing up finally. Like, now I'm
Yeah.
watching it happen. It's in real time.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm watching them become little adults.
It's got to be frightening.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's frightening. It's frustrating. It's exciting. I don't know, but like,
And you get to pay for it all.
we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Going back to the whole what you're spending on your kid for summer entertainment. Dave writes, Duffy, you're not thinking about out-of-town summer things like the Renaissance Festival or Darien Lake or Water Safari in Old Fort. She's not wrong about that.
Yeah, those are day-ass long trips. That's like early morning, pack the car and leaving.
Is it easier the older your kids get, or does it make it more difficult? Because I'm thinking like there are a lot of like smaller kid, like toddler activities you can do where it's not as like you could, take them to like one of the like a playground or like a water park, something like that, entertain them.
Toddler kid was great because like they don't know what costs money. When in Marketplace Mall had like they have it at Grease Ridge too. The like playground area.
Yeah.
I could take my 3, 4, 5-year-old there. They didn't know. Like they wanted to play there all day. It was the greatest thing in the whole world. Yeah, okay, it's free. Go run around for an
the
hour.
older they get, it's got to be way more bank.
But at the same time, like the older they get, they don't want to do anything with you either.
Yeah, I don't know. No, they'll do something if they won't.
Yeah, a
even do
cruise.
that. No, even there. Like
drop 10G to put a smile on your face.
I don't want to do that. I want to go off on my own. I'm going to go to the nightclub.
Do they still have teen nights? Does that exist?
If they do, I haven't heard about it, and you can be damn sure my kid ain't going to
What'd she
that.
say?
Teen nights. They used to have like.
Oh,
I don't
Darien
even know
Lake?
how to describe it.
All right, here's what it was.
Okay.
There was a club on Scottsville Road.
Yeah.
That was an exclusively teenage.
Oh, it was like a soda club, they used to call it.
Yes. But that makes it sound like Bobby sucks. This was like Yeah, so one side was a rock club, and the other side was like, and like that was
with the DJs.
Yes. So you had to be like 14 to get it. No,
Something
because
like
I remember
that.
some middle school kids used to go. Those were like the badasses, and it was.
It's a disaster.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, let's put it this way: everybody that ever went to that has done time at some point as adults. And like, here's the thing: it was just in an industrial park.
I know, and
in
I
the middle of
remember
nowhere.
even as like a 14-year-old, be like, I shouldn't be here.
Because that started out as a rock club and like it was like a PXY CMF because we used to do nights there, but that was when it was adult.
Oh yeah.
And then he changed the business plan to that, and it was a gold mine.
And it was horrific.
But a horrific gold mine for somebody.
There's no way they can do those anymore.
Oh no.
I don't know. There used to be a couple of them.
They should have done them then.
Where was the other one?
Well, I know they
The
did
one
like
downtown.
they did a teen night at like Adventure Landing.
Oh yeah, I remember.
There were a couple like
Yeah.
places that had a similar idea.
Well, I mean, but with like the other places, at least there was mini golf and like arcade games. I'm saying there was other stuff to do.
These were like nightclubs.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
nightclub
yeah.
for teenagers
Yeah.
it's the most terrible
Yeah.
idea. It's gonna go horrible.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I'm locking my daughter in her room until she's 25.
You got to.
And when she gets out of the convent, she can go get a boyfriend.
All right.
All right, let's take a break.
Didn't know she was Catholic.
Well, she goes to doesn't matter. Today is the final day, buddy.
Is it?
The Bills came. The Bills are going. The Bills start their preseason on Saturday. And we got to get back into what Josh Allen said about Stephon Diggs. Play it for danger, see what he thinks there. I do want to hear Danger's, after he's been there every day, his biggest concern, the most pleasant surprise of being at camp based on the questions we had. And there was one man who was a cut candidate, a very famous player in Buffalo, worldwide known, as a matter of fact. He was a cut or trade candidate. As we sit right now, he's the starting safety for this team.
So he's moved up.
Is that because he's improved, which we're getting a whole bunch of reports that he is?
Okay.
Or does that more have to do with that thing that Danger said never happens at Bills camp? It's not a big deal. It's fine.
Never happens?
No,
All right.
guys don't get hurt. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Like sands through an hourglass, so go the days of our lives. It's over, man. Today's the last day of Bills training camp live from St. John Fisher University. And speaking of live, joining us live.
Who's that?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every single day, 3 to 6 on the Sports Bar. Brought to you by Ace Swim and Leisure, Chiley Ave, Ridge Road and Webster, aceswim.com. And by Maddie's Motorsports, locations in Farmington, Spencerport, and Dansville, maddiesmotorsports.com. If Bills camp ending makes you saddy, go visit Maddie's.
Ooh, all right.
Mike Danger. Hey, Dange. How's it going, brother?
You know, these Maddie's Motorsport live reads are making me miss the days of Nathan Peterman being on this team.
The Nathan Peterman name game, the former Bills quarterback.
Oh.
Yeah. So, like, whenever a Nate Peterman story would show up, you would have to make the story rhyme with his name, Eaterman. It's too complicated here, Danger. It's more of a written out thing on Twitter. I mean, come on. I was doing great with the Maddie's thing, and you just derailed us, Danger. You derailed us.
That's what I'm here to do.
So, Dange, the big story out of Bills camp yesterday was the question Josh Allen had to answer finally point blank. And for those who did not hear what happened, we have the audio for you. In his post-practice press conference, Josh was asked straight up, do you miss Stephon Diggs? This was his reply.
Steph's a great player, and what he brought to this team was special. So miss is I don't know if I'd say miss. You know, he was a guy that was reliable. You can look to. He's going to have the juice each and every day. I'm sure he's bringing it over there in Houston. So definitely, you can't say that you don't miss that. But I am very happy with what we got going on here and how hard the guys have been working. And yeah.
So you can tell Danger, he tried to answer that as diplomatically as possible, but it did set off a bunch of stuff on social media. Are you okay with the answer Josh Allen gave yesterday?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think if you've been here at camp, if there's something you notice, is things are different. The air around the team is different. There's Diggs brought an intensity. He did bring a juice, but I think he also brought an anxiety with him for those around him because he was so demanding and so he would just push. You would see him pushing other players. Now, there's a positive to that. That's being kind of like absorbed by other players on this team. This year at camp, it's just being handled in a different way, and these guys, they feel loose. They feel like they're having fun. There's a camaraderie, and it feels this year at camp that there's nobody that's doing it for themselves, that they're doing it for each other.
Ooh, that's an interesting way to put it, because that would imply, Danger, that Diggs the entire time was doing it for himself in Buffalo?
I don't know that I would say that. I think he's just a competitor.
Now you sound like Josh trying to answer that question, is what you sound like.
Yes, I mean, like, look, it's pretty clear. I mean, when Steph Diggs, he wanted the ball. He wanted to be the centerpiece.
But isn't it what you want out of these guys? Like, they want these guys to be hyper competitive. Yeah. I want the ball in every play. And then when you get rid of them, you go, oh, thank God. Thank God, man. The guy was driving me nuts with all his push-ups.
He didn't say it in his press. I'd miss Steph Diggs. I mean, I'd miss having that guy around, but we've all worked with that person who can be a little bit of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, and she's out of here. And man, I remember when I was actually rooting for cancer.
For God's sakes, man.
Oh, we all were thinking it. Nobody wore that bracelet.
For God's sakes. No, but I mean, to Danger's point, every diva star wide receiver, and I use diva in the loose term because when it comes to other divas we've seen across the league, Steph wasn't as bad as other guys that we've seen.
Okay.
But, I mean, Danger, every wide receiver that is that demanding eventually runs his course on the team. Very rarely do you see those guys walk away from a team and they're celebrating them, right?
Right. It's a funny thing, right? Like, very rarely do you see a team win a Super Bowl when they have that kind of star diva wide receiver, and that receiver ends up chasing championships, trying to latch onto a team that they think can win a championship. He usually finds himself not winning a championship.
I mean, he ain't
so basically,
wrong.
They're a crazy girlfriend.
Well, I mean, let's
like you had fun, it was great, but God damn it, man, I can't do this every day.
Well, like if you start thinking about like the most famous diva wide receivers in NFL history, the one that pops out immediately is Keyshawn Johnson. I mean, the name of his book was "Throw Me the Damn Ball," right? I mean, he's right. Keyshawn ended up having to chase a Super Bowl that he eventually got in Tampa Bay, but even there,
but he wasn't the guy.
But he was a big contributor. But even that, the year after they won a Super Bowl, halfway through the season, they cut him loose because he was too much of a headache to deal with.
Yeah.
So, Danger, with that being said, you then turn your eyes to the rest of this roster, and the offense is not going to be what it once was. The defense, possibly is going to have to do more than it did in the past, and that's a problem because they've been bitten with an injury bug in a spot that they cannot handle. We've talked at length with you, Dange, about the safety situation, guys they've had to bring in. Your third-round pick, who may have been a starter, is missing serious time, so he's not going to be able to start opening day, it looks like. They released the first depth chart yesterday. And Tommy, take this with a grain of salt.
I always do.
But DeMar Hamlin,
Jesus Christ,
is your starting safety for the Buffalo Bills. So, Danger, I will let you talk in a sec. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to bring everybody along with us. There have been reports, Tommy, that DeMar Hamlin has looked great in training camp. There were also reports before training camp that DeMar Hamlin was a potential cut trade candidate. And even DeMar Hamlin being the worldwide phenomenon that he was, the only reason that terrible thing happened to him was because he was filling in as a backup at the time. He's never been a starter on this team.
Wasn't he a backup to the backup?
I guess kind of, yeah. I mean, Danger.
So are they just saying this because they have to put him out there?
Oh, no, he needs to be. I mean, he could be the best safety available. What I'm asking, Danger, is him being the starting safety right now, is that a result of how well he's looked in camp, or is that a result of a literal body issue on the back end of the defense?
I think it might be a little bit of both. And I think the body issue, with no Cole Bishop, with no Mike Edwards, I think you had plans for both of those guys to be a part of that defensive backfield. But Hamlin does have that experience. And when he was out on the field, he played well the year that he filled in for Micah Hyde in 2022. And I think he's looked good here at camp this year. And he has more reps in that defensive backfield than anybody else as a starter that's on this depth chart. So there's a lot of value to having him out there. I'm not saying that he's your guy through the entirety of the season, but here through training camp and through the preseason, when you need to kind of continue to evaluate what you have with the rest of this lineup, you could do worse than having DeMar Hamlin back there on Saturday.
I'm going to feel bad for DeMar Hamlin for the rest of his career, and on top of what happened, obviously. But like Danger, there seemed to be, outside of Buffalo, these people that decided DeMar Hamlin was getting special treatment and he was no good a player, right? I think that people that didn't know assumed DeMar Hamlin was the starting safety the entire time, and, well, he's garbage. But Danger, he was always a special teams piece on this team and a guy that was going to give you decent depth. Like, he was never projected to be an NFL starting safety when they took him.
Right. He's a good player, though. I mean, like, I think you got a few guys like that on this roster that, they're good players, even though they weren't drafted in the first, second, or third round. Hamlin being one of those guys. I think of a guy like Cam Lewis, who kind of does everything that they ask him to do on defense. Certainly, Christian Benford is one of those guys that just showed up and immediately understood where he needed to be and what he needed to do to get on the field. So, the Hamlin story, ultimately, he's a good football player. He's not going to come with all the fanfare as a football player, as much fanfare as a football player as he is with everything else he has going off the field. But at the end of the day, he's still a good football player.
Mike Danger, live from Buffalo Bills training camp, the final day. You can catch him every day, 3 to 6, the Sports Bar, 95.7 The Fan. All right, Dange, you've been the one there every day, watching practice, talking to people, shaking hands, kissing babies.
Yeah.
Two-part question. From the overall impression you've got watching this team the last 2 weeks, let's start with your biggest concern with this team after everything you've seen.
My biggest concern with this team is ball security with James Cook specifically.
Running back James Cook.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen plenty of instances. He's made some great plays, but he's also put the ball on the turf a little bit too much for my liking, whether it be having the ball stripped or just not being able to haul in any passes from Josh Allen.
Okay, so here's the problem. Now, Tommy, you know that Sean McDermott, if there's one thing he does not tolerate, it's fumbles.
Okay.
Unless your name is Josh Allen, if you cough that ball up, there are going to be consequences. Yeah, thank you, Kimmy. Danger, in the past, there were running backs on the roster that they felt comfortable giving that workload to, right?
Yeah.
Like, hell, Cook was having one of the best games of his career last year, put the ball on the turf. He missed the entire first, and then came back and won the game for them. Yeah. Danger, you don't have those running backs on the roster this year. This is clearly James Cook's job. So if he has a case of fumbleitis at some point in the season, what does McDermott do?
Ray Davis is the answer to that question. I think you've got the rookie who's looked really good in camp and might be a little bit better at catching the ball out of the backfield, has that skill set. Ty Johnson also has. We haven't seen a ton of him at camp because he has been injured. But I do think you have a little bit of depth there behind Cook. And look, don't you get the sense that with the Buffalo Bills, the last thing they want to do is overpay for a running back? Okay. At some point, they're going to have to look at what James Cook's production it looks like, and James Cook is going to want to get paid. They're going to have to continue to kind of retool and restock at running back and make sure that they're keeping that cost controlled. Because to this point in the being a McDermott era, I don't get the sense that that's a position that they have a value on where they're going to overpay for a skill position like running back.
So, Tommy, Ray Davis, the guy you brought up, he's a rookie running back out of Kentucky.
He sounds like a car dealership.
Thank you. He sounds like a guy in Milwaukee who's 60 who's been working as an electrician his whole life.
Come on down to Ray Davis. We'll get you a quality ride.
Like that is
buy here, pay here.
Ray Davis is not an NFL running back name after 1985.
Yeah. Yeah, we should be at a Rays.
Yeah. When's the last time you saw a Ray in person?
Knight.
I don't. Who's Ray Knight?
Ray Knight was a bet.
Oh, right, that Ray Knight.
That's the most famous Ray I can think of.
I thought you were talking about Phil Knight's brother, Ray.
Oh, that Knight.
Yeah, he's a secretary over at Nike when you walk in.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Danger, now that the biggest concern is out of the way, what has been your most pleasant surprise with this team out at camp this season?
Oh, pleasant surprise.
Probably should have texted you this earlier. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I think I'm pleasantly surprised with what we've seen out of Von Miller so far at camp, and he's been, after talking to him, he feels like he's recommitted. He's gotten pressure on Josh Allen. I don't think you're going to see a lot of him. You're going to see enough of him to be impactful, but if you're expecting Von Miller to be out there every single down on defense, it's not going to happen. But in certain situations, a fresh Von Miller could be impactful for this team. He looks like he's fully back from his ACL injury.
All right, you know what's happening here, right?
He's buying the Miller Jive.
Well, yeah. He's getting Miller Lite and he loves it. Because Danger, I mean, if there's one thing we know as Bills fans, everything that Von Miller says is the
Doesn't
opposite.
come true.
No, it's like, I mean, Danger, like, I get it. I understand why, and we've been there, Tommy, right? Sitting across from a player who you want to perform well, and they say all the right things, and they walk out of that interview, and you go, wow, this is it, man. They're there. I mean, Danger, the way that you said that now makes me scared. Now I'm scared because of what you said.
Well, I could have said it about Greg Rousseau because we talked to him, and he's had himself a nice camp as well, and we're all hoping that he and A.J. Epineza take another step in their career in terms of what they can produce on the field defensively. But Von's been there and done that, and for a guy of his stature, a future Hall of Famer, to show up at camp the way he has, I think is worthy of note. I mean, like, there's a lot of people that have done it longer that would say, yeah, you know what, I'm good. I don't need to be at camp, or I'm good. I can take these reps off. And we haven't seen that from him. I'm curious to see, how much time he gets this preseason, if any. More so than anything, I'm more curious to see how he looks in the regular season, how they deploy him, and whether or not he still has it.
Well, I'm glad you brought this up because, Tommy, again, they put out the first depth chart yesterday. Yeah. I think the most surprising thing on the depth chart, and Danger, I know you saw this, the starting defensive ends for this Buffalo Bills team are Greg Rousseau and A.J. Epineza. They have Von Miller behind those guys. I mean, would, like you said, the guy's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's won 2 Super Bowls with 2 different teams. He's made more money than whatever, right? He's got a Doritos commercial. I mean, Danger, does a guy like that, is he able to take ego-wise being a rotational player behind these 2 guys?
I think that's this defense. It's always been that way with this defense. This defense always rotates their defensive line, whether you're talking about the interior, the exterior, the edge rushers. They get rotated in and out, and it's situational. So I think he's accustomed to that, knows that he's going to be deployed in that manner.
Plus, he's old.
And
he's banged up.
He probably can't get out there for more than 30% of the snaps anyways.
No, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is I would have expected to see his name up there just for the name recognition of Von Miller, not to hurt his feelings. And I guess I asked the question the wrong way. My question is this, right?
Yeah.
Let's say week 5, you're in Houston, you're up 4 with 57 seconds to go, and it's 3rd and 7.
Right.
Are we seeing Rousseau and Epineza out there? Or are we seeing Rousseau and Von Miller out there?
Yeah, Von Miller's out there. Ooh. I think that's a perfect situation for Von Miller. You bring him out there to close to impact the passing game.
It's old timers day out here at the old ballpark. Here comes Von Miller. If I remember him in a Doritos ad in the 1960s. I used to do those Timex ads.
Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every single weekday 3 to 6 on the Sports Bar. All right, Dange, we're going to be done with you in this way, but we will have you and co-host of the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy, in to recap all of Tommy's picks, again, all season long here on Football Fridays in the break room on CMF. So really looking forward to that.
Looking forward to it as well. Looking forward to Saturday as well. The preseason gets underway. We learned today that from Sean McDermott that the starters will probably get about a quarter of play on Saturday, so something to look out for there.
And who are you guys talking to in your final day camp?
You know what? Today we're focusing on insiders. We've got the Athletics' Joe Biscaglia stopping by the sports bar. We'll talk to 13 Wham Sports Jenna Cottrell today this afternoon in the sports bar.
So that's the polite way of Danger telling us that the Bills told him to go take a dump in a hat. We're done with you. Camp's over.
You'd be shocked at how quickly, when practice is done, how quickly they get out of here. I'm looking at moving trucks right now. They're already loading up the moving trucks. They can't wait to pull up stakes and get back to Buffalo.
All right, Danger, we'll see you back in the studio. Have your fun last day, buddy.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But before we do,
yeah, what's that?
Got to tell you about my friends from the Ide family of dealerships.
That's a dealership I would go to.
Not Ray Davis. Don't buy your cars from Ray Davis,
No.
Kentucky rookie running back for the Bills auto that he doesn't know exists. You want to go to the Ide family of dealerships.
Sure.
Off of 441 in Penfield and East Rochester. Look, man, you
What's
look
that?
around at all the
I do.
car dealerships in the community.
Yeah.
You know, it used to be. It was locally owned people giving you deals. People you knew, connected with, generations. And you're starting to see more out-of-town folks
A lot
coming
of
in.
corporate action.
Well, look, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's why I said corporate action.
But I mean, it may be the right time to remind you that the Ide family of dealerships has been in business in this town for 3 generations, and that doesn't happen by accident, right?
You got to have quality rides,
Well,
Pat.
I mean, look, when you have your grandpa buying a car from the same place that you can go buy lease, new pre-owned, that matters for something.
Yeah.
You don't stay in business for 3 generations by accident. It's because you treat people right. And you can go see for yourself in person off of 441 in Penfield and East Rochester, whether it's Ide Honda at idehonda.com or IdeVW, idevw.com. I mean, peace of mind is what you're looking for.
Yes.
And I could shut
And it's
up.
so worth it.
And I can tell you from personal experience, peace of mind is what you're going to get. Just says Rochester. Do what I did, what my brother did, what my sister did, what my buddies did, what tens of thousands of Rochesterians have done throughout the years. Get your new ride at Ide. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. And it's going to be a wrap-a-roo.
Audio Thursday Rapperoozy.
For Thursday Break Room CMF. That makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to do Creepy.
That's right. We got a Creep Cap coming at you and a whole bunch of more fun stuff. We are unbelievably late right now.
Come on.
And I don't want Jolene coming at me and screaming.
No.
She's very intimidating.
Yes.
You can download the free Odyssey app right now. Log in. Listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000
in this national contest. You're only getting one. That's how late we are. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who's mad at us right now, because we're super late.
Yep.
For Tommy Muley,
$100,000.
it's Fat Toffee. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.